pleasant good morning as we are about to witness the start of the City United Women's Super 50 competition. Matches will be played across three venues here in St. Kitts at St. Paul's, Warner Park, and right here at Connery we have Guyana will be coming up against Barbados. We'll go to the toss and get you some information. Here that the Barbados team would have won the toss and they have decided to bat here at Connery. I've been joined by Earl Smith. Earl, good morning and welcome once again.
Well, good morning, Gary, and good morning to listeners and viewers uh, in the region, in St. Kitts Nevis, and the wider region. And of course, as you rightly said, Barbados uh, would have won the toss and opted to bat. This, of course, is the third year running in which this tournament is being played in St. Kitts. And in fact, in 2023, Gary, we had these two teams playing right here at Connery um, in the opening rounds. And we had Guyana at that time scoring 121, batting first. And Barbados won that match quite easily, scoring 121 for one, with Haley Matthews getting 72 not out. But there's no Haley Matthews for Barbados. She, of course, is in India with that WIPL. Not doing too well with bat and ball, especially by her standards. But nevertheless, she and a couple of West Indian players are in the tournament. So conditions are very good, and we're hoping that we get a good match on hand today. In fact, Gary, in 2024, these two teams would have met again. And Guyana once again batted first, and they scored 128. And Barbados got 129 for 6. So, Barbados, I'm certain, would be thinking that they have the wood over the Guyana team. They have beaten them in consecutive years.
All right, so we are about to see the start. The players are on the field already. The two batters for the Barbados team are in the middle. You have Kesia Knight and Sabi Calendar, who will be opening the batting for Barbados. Kesia Knight will face first ball, and it seems as though it's Campbell who will be bowling from the far end. So maybe what you can do, Earl Smith, we can go to the Guyana 11 just before the start of the game.
Well, Shimeen Campbell, she's the captain. Sherian Fraser, Shanika Gajnabi, and Tana Mentor, Casey Schultz, Nia Lachman. We have Ashmoni Munasar. She, in fact, is the vice captain of the Guyana team. Shanita Grimond, Liliana Grimond, sister, Mandy Mango, and Plafiana Millington. That's the Guyana team.
So play has started here at the Connery playing field. Little Barbados would have won the toss. It's excellent conditions here for cricket. And early expecting, based on what you have said, Barbados would have won the previous two encounters between these two teams. And I'm sure Barbados will start as the favorite.
Oh, yes, most definitely. The only difference in this match, though, is that Barbados is batting first this time around.
So it's the West Indies Super 50 competition. a wide has been signaled by umpire Carolyn Brown. So the two umpires for this encounter, Carolyn Brown and Vicky Daniel, and Sherry Fraser is the opening bowler from the far end, opening the bowling for the Guyana team. So Guyana would want to keep things tight and maybe pick up some early wickets with the absence of Haley Matthews. I'm sure that Guyana will be hoping that they can get some early wickets and put pressure on the batters early.
The Guyana team, Gary, has some pedigree in terms of players who would have represented the West Indies internationally. The captain herself, Shemaine Campbell, who's 32 years, she would have played in some 120 one-day internationals for West Indies, scoring one century and 450s, although the average looks a bit on the small side, 20.68. And of course, there are a number of players in the Guyana team who would have played for the West Indies. So perhaps we might not see a walkover today. There's Anita Grimman, who has played 9 one days already for the West Indies, has a top score of some 39 runs, and has picked up some 5 wickets in 1 day so far.
So there are two other matches that have been played in St. Kitts at Warner Park and at St. Paul. Leeward's coming up against the Windward Islands at St. Paul's, and Trinidad and Tobago coming up against Jamaica at the Warner Park. And the game at Warner Park should also be an interesting game as well.
Oh yes, Jamaica, of course, the defending champions from last year. They would have won the tournament, so they perhaps might start as favourites there.
A lovely shot by Casey Knight just came forward and played it between a point and cover down towards the boundary for four. Lovely shot to open her account. The delivery just on the off stump and it came forward, opened the face of the bat and played it between point and cover down towards the boundary for four.
Yes, a wonderful shot indeed by Casey Knight. It was pure timing, and she found the gap well. And once that had beaten those two fielders, it had bisected them. It was going downhill all the time, and it raced away towards the boundary for four. Good shot. Of course, the opening bowler, Sherry Fraser, she has not represented the West Indies in one-day internationals, but she would have played a couple of T20s for the West Indies. There's also Shabika Gajnabi, Shanita Grimon, Mandy Mango. All these players would have, and of course, Ash Mini Munisa, these players would have already represented the West Indies in one-day cricket. So, Gary, not a bad team on paper, Guyana. So perhaps in with a chance today. But we know Barbados has always got the better of them. There are a number of players there on the Barbados team too who would have played one-day cricket for the West Indies one-day international. Uh, Tyson Knight herself, who's at the wicket, would have played for the West Indies. Captain herself, the um, Aliyah Aline, she would have played some 37 one-day matches for the West Indies, and of course the fast bowler, Shamila Connell, would have played one-day internationals for the West Indies, women one-day international, that is.
So the opening bowler from this the media center end or the National Heroes Park end is Millington. Wafiana Millington is the Guyana team that have decided to open with spin from the media center end.
Yes, interesting move there by the Guyana team, opting to take pace off.
So as you would have indicated when these two teams met last year in March at St. Paul's, the Guyana team would have batted first. They made 128 all out in 37.1 overs. And the Barbados team reply made 129 for 6 in 41.2 overs. And in that encounter, Casey Knight had 69 not out, so she would want to repeat that performance here at Connery. Calendar only got one. She was LBW to Grimmon in that encounter. So she would want to get amongst the runs. But Casey Knight would have had a good match last year and she would want to repeat that
Oh,
here at
yes,
Connery.
it's certainly one of the shortcomings of the female tournament, though, Gary, is the fact that the teams, they're not batting their full complement of 50 overs. And you would have mentioned, I think it's 30 plus overs that uh, Guyana would have batted last year down in St. Paul's. And, we are hoping that as this tournament progresses, in fact, in 2023, we just had Guyana batting for some 34 overs. And Barbados got those 121 runs in 17.1 overs. And last year, as you mentioned a while ago, just some 37.1 overs Guyana batted before they were bowled out. So we are hoping that we see the teams bat longer, use up more of their overs in this year's competition, Gary.
Yes, we would want to see teams making use of the time, batting the 50 overs. So the first over from Millington was a maiden over. So Fraser will continue from that far end. So we certainly would want to see the continued development of the women's cricket in the West Indies. We want to see our batters spend some time in the middle. We want to see our bowlers bowl a good line and length because if you're going to be competitive on the international scene, you have to be able to spend time in the middle.
Most definitely, Gary. It spills over into international cricket. If you're not doing it at this level, then it becomes very difficult when you step up a bit. So we are hoping that, we see teams batting for longer periods. And, one of the things I've noticed with the West Indies batters, female batters, is that their averages tend to be very low over a period of time. I mean, Shimane Campbell, who is the captain, she's with the gloves today. Uh, she 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 has played, I think, 120 one day international and just averaging 20.
So you just see a beautiful delivery from Sherry and Fraser touchdown just on about the centre off stump and swung away outside the off stump and taken behind by the keeper. Good delivery. First up to Calendar.
Yes, and Shelly-Ann Fraser was known to have had a good bit of uh, pace, but over the years she would have suffered a bit through injury, and that seemed to have hampered her career a bit in terms of international cricket.
So she won a chance of run out. The return came in, missed the stump. So there was a little delivery on the leg stump of Calendar. She was looking for the single, and the fielder came around quickly, picked it up, had a shot at the stump, but she missed it. If it had struck the stump, she would have been run out.
Yes, by a long way too. That was grounded long after the ball had gone past the stumps.
So it looked like Mango came around quickly from the slip area down toward the short fine leg, picked it up, had a shot at the stump, missed it, and the Calendar would have been out if it had struck the stump. So she has a chance to redeem herself and continue to bat. You have 50 overs. You're just in over number three. Another delivery just on about the off stump, making some height and taken behind by the keeper. So the pitch here at Connery has always played well. It has always been a good strip for batting, a good strip for cricket. And we're expecting the same here today, Smitten.
Yes, hopefully, although, I will not go as far as to say it's the, you know, best looking of pitches. I get in trouble when I speak about these pitches, but looks like a good one for batting though. And the ball seems to be coming on to the bat fairly well. But we do have a very stiff breeze blowing out there, uh, Gary, and perhaps it might assist bowlers from this end. They might be able to get a bit of drift. But it's Shelley and Fraser who, uh, you know, He's bowling from the far end.
So it is 5 without loss. And Delhi looking to play into the offside, and a peel went up. The ball taken behind by the keeper. So over number 3 has come to an end. Tell you that Barbados would have won the toss, and they have decided to bat here at Conway. And I'm sure we're looking to get a good start from the openers. But in this over, Smith, we have seen the bowler Sherry Fraser. She has been able to touch down just on about the off stump and got a little bit of movement away from the right hander.
Yes, bowling just back of a leg, not going up in the batter's half. And as you said, some getting some movement, being able to beat the bat. But Guyana though has started quite well though, Gary. They have kept things fairly tight. Apart from that poor delivery that was struck nicely by Kyson Knight through the covers of Sherry Fraser. The bowling has been good so far for most parts. In fact, the off spinner would have started with an over, a maiden over. Millington, that is.
So she has gone between the umpire and stumps and now will go around the wicket to the left-handed Knight. So there's a backward point, there's a cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. So Millington will want to break this partnership with good delivery. And Barbados won the toss. And speaking of the pitch, as I indicated, the pitch here at Conway has always played well. And from a distance, I've not seen it close up. It looked like a good strip from this distance. I've not been able to get close to it to inspect it closer, but from this vantage point, it seems to be a good pitch. And we have seen some good in terms of Sherry and Fraser. She has been getting the ball to seam away from the right-handers from that far end.
Millington has always been tight for Guyana. In fact, last year against Barbados, she would have bowled 10 overs, 1 for 10. That's 1 per over. So she tends to be rather tight, and she has started well here.
Yes, our first 11 deliveries have been dot balls, so she would want to end the over and bowl a second maiden. I spoke about the wind. The wind just took off the hat of the fielder who was at mid-off, and as Guimon, Liliana Guimon at mid-off, her hat went flying away, and she had to retrieve it. It was a good stiff breeze here at Connery, and Millington will finish her second over as a maiden. Another tight over from Millington. So the Guyana team, they are 6 without loss after just 4 overs.
Yes, and Millington continues to attack the stumps, continues to bowl a good line and length, and Barbados not being able to break loose here at one apart. But lots of overs left in this game, and Barbados, of course, will be looking to get a good start, not losing any wickets, of course, within the first power play. We have had some 6 overs in the first power play so far. So uh, Barbados being able to keep.
So a bad line delivery, and it would come down towards final for 4. And all the batter had to do was calendar got bat on its edge and went down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Leg
Leg
byes.
by
Oh,
signal, in fact, by uh,
4 leg byes.
by the umpire. That's umpire Carolyn Brown.
So if you look at it on the monitor, by a signal leg by. So with those 4 runs, the total has gone on to 10. Much better delivery on the off stump. So the first delivery was on the onside and I got it off the thigh pad and was able to get 4 runs. So Fraser would want to get back on that off stump line. She's been able to get some movement and she want to stick to that off stump line. You have the adjusted one slip. So you want to ensure that you make use of the slip fielder that the person you have at the first slip. That's Mango. That's another beautiful delivery. And Calendar was coming onto the front foot. And that is where you want to be bowling, spinning just on about the off stump, just down the corridor of uncertainty. And she has been able to come back on that good line and length.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. And guilty of being a bit straight and giving away 4 runs. In fact, came from the pads, but the batter not being able to get back onto that one when she could easily have.
Now, the good delivery, you can see that the way the batsman would have played at the ball had some movement across, almost like she was straight up. She was looking to turn it into the onside and she had to just check her shot. So, good delivery just on about the center off stump and getting some movement.
Yes, she definitely was screwed up with that delivery. And another good delivery there from Sherian Fraser. She certainly has uh, been good for most parts.
Just the 5 runs coming from over so far. It's the 4 that was played into the offside by Kaisia Knight. Since that, she has been able to keep a good line and length. The first delivery of this over, she strayed on the onside and came off the thigh pad and went for 4 leg byes. But apart from that, she has been able to keep a good line and good length. Just on about the off thump and keeping things tight for Guyana. And what they will want to do is to get a wicket. And taking on the pad, loud appeal by Sherian Fraser. The over is completed, is it? Yes, over has been completed. Over number 5. And Barbados 10 without loss.
Yes, 10 without loss, but it has been a labored start though for Calendar. She has faced some 17 deliveries and yet to get off the mark. And Sherian Fraser appeal going up with that last delivery, but perhaps not being struck in line and umpire Brown not giving it. But certainly Guyana starting well.
So Millington will continue. Outside the off stump, taken behind, a lot of pitches out, caught behind. Tracy Knight has been dismissed. A delivery just about the off stump. She was looking to force it into the offside. The outer edge found, and the keeper and captain Campbell took the catch, and Barbados have lost the first wicket with the score on 10.
Well, a very important wicket there for Guyana. Kaisia Knight, one of the top batters in the Barbados team, going early. And Guyana, they have been tight and they have been justly rewarded, picking up their first wicket. And uh, uh, the batter Knight did not even wait for the umpire to give her out. As soon as she realized the catch was taken, she just turned and walked away, knowing that she had gotten a thick edge onto that one. So, good start for Guyana, and Guyana seems to be in business today, Gary.
Yes, excellent start for Millington because her first 2 overs are maiden, and then the first delivery of this, her third over, she got the very important wicket of Kaisia Knight. As indicated before, she would have made a half century not out in the match that was played last year in St. Paul's. And so a very good wicket, a very important wicket has been taken by the Guyana team. So Holder, Trishan Holder is the new batter for Barbados. So Millington will go over the wicket to the right-handed Holder. So there's still a slip, there's a point, there's a cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. On the onside, we have a short backward square, there's a mid-wicket, and there's a straight mid-wicket, and there's a fielder down at long on. Interesting that you have a long on fielder for the new batsman,
Yes, especially with the spinner bowling.
and a new batsman to the boot of it. With a good delivery, first up, just on about the off thumb. And the holder was a bit tentative,
That's
taken behind by the keeper.
that long on is inexplicable, Gary, at this point. Two fielders outside, long on and mid wicket outside the circle. But certainly inexplicable and uh, Millington has been very tight. In fact, yet to concede a run.
Yes, and with the new batter, you will want to keep her on strike, keep things tight. You don't want to give up singles easily. But if she's going to bowl on the off stump line, then you have a winger fielder on the offside who can save that single. This one was more on the center leg stump, but it's still no run coming off the bowling of Millington. So she has bowled some 16 deliveries, no runs, but she has picked up an important wicket of Casey Knight, just out caught the wicket from the very first delivery of a third over. And so she's keeping things tight just on about that off stump. And we'll slice it up. So just one delivery remaining in a third over and yet to consider run. And she has been able to pick up the wicket of Knight. And the over has been completed of three consecutive maidens. This is a maiden wicket, a very good bowling by Millington. So after 6 overs, the Barbados team, they are 10 for 1.
Yes, Guyana continues to exert pressure on the Barbados batters, and perhaps that pressure that has been exerted by Millington might have been uh, because of that wicket. Uh, Tyson Knight cutting at one outside the off stump and taking the edge, looking to score and looking to break free. And perhaps not the right length for the cut shot. And the ball taking the edge, and she was caught behind. So, really, very much uh, Guyana in Guyana's favor at the moment.
So Fraser will continue from that far end. And she has been bowling a very good line, very good tight line. And she has been keeping things very tight.
18 deliveries to calendar. That's 3 overs yet to get a run.
And Millington has bowled 3 overs, no run, but she has picked up a wicket. And the important thing, Calendar would want to stay in the middle and bat, even though you face so many deliveries and you have not yet scored. You wouldn't want to give your hand away. A wide has been signaled, and then by umpire Brown at the far end delivery pitch just on the leg, someone going further away. Signal wide. So with the extra moves on by 1, and the total has progressed by 1.
Calendar so far has done the hard work. She's there still. She yet to get off the mark, and she needs to capitalize.
Loud appeal taken on the pad, but a chance of a run out. The return goes down towards the far end. It is given out eventually now. He was taken on the patch. He was looking to flick it into the onside. The umpire took a long time to give the decision, but he finally did. So Calendar has been dismissed after facing so many deliveries without scoring a run. Barbados losing their second wicket with a score on 11.
Well, I was just saying that Calendar has batted for quite some time. She has batted for over 3 overs and not troubling the scorers. And she would have done all the hard work and would have hoped to, have capitalized and been out there in the middle. But right on cue, she was out like before. She was dismissed like before. So really, Ghana very much in the ascendancy at this point and doing quite well. But the good thing, what they've been doing here is that they have been bowling good lines and length, and they're not afraid to attack the stumps, and they have been justly rewarded. They have really applied the pressure to the Barbados batters.
Yes, so another wicket going down. So Guyana will be very happy, very satisfied with the way things have gone so far after Barbados won the toss and decided to bat. They have lost 2 wickets. So the new batter is Kishona Knight. And so she has replaced Calendar. And Guyana will be very happy with the way things have gone.
Well, the other half of the night duo, and she, of course, is an important part of the Barbados top order. And if Guyana could just prize out at this point, then you could say Guyana would be very much on top. But kudos to Guyana. They certainly have started very well as we see a slip in place.
So Fraser will continue from that far end. So as I said, she has been bowling that good line and length on the off stump, and now we bowling to the left-handed Kishonna Knight. She has now gotten a good line and length just on about the off stump, and it's always kind of difficult for a bowler to be keeping that good line and length for the left and the right. You're bowling to the right and get it on the off stump. Now you're bowling to the left hander, so you have to think and we strategize and try and get the ball just on about that off stump. She did that with the first delivery. When Krishna will get off the mark, delivery just turn around the corner down to long leg. They are thinking about the second, but the return comes in. So a single to Kishonna Knight, she's off the mark. And with that single total has gone on 12 for 2. So Barbados have lost their openers. Kaisia Knight was the first to be dismissed, and then Kalanda just out in this over LBW to Fraser for a duck. So Guyana will be very pleased with the way things have gone so far.
More than pleasing. In fact, in 2023, Kaisia Knight would have scored some 40 runs against Guyana, and last year she would have scored 69 not out. Now she's back in the pavilion. So, an important blow struck there.
So Chishan Holder and Kishonna Knight will want to steady things, put on a good partnership, but the Guyanese certainly have done well after the Barbados team decided to bat first after they would have won the toss here at Kunawi. Very good conditions for cricket, excellent weather, nice and sunny.
Yes, really excellent weather, and no sign of rain or anything of that nature. You know, Gary, when you're at Warner Park, you do see the ships in the harbor. Here at
You see the plains, the
Conwy,
hills in the distance.
that's right. We have not seen any since we have been here, but you know, we do see aircrafts leaving the hotel Llewellyn Bradshaw Airport. But certainly we have had some 7 overs completed. We're still inside the first power play, and Guyana doing very well, picking up 2 wickets and just conceding some 12 runs from 7 overs. So excellent stuff here from the Guyana's team.
So Millington will continue. She has bowled 3 overs, 1 for none, 3 maidens, and her first delivery of fourth over is also a dot ball. So at the end of this over, Carlisle will replace me, and Millington bowling between the umpire and the stumps. Still unable to get a single as yet, and so she's just keeping ball on the off stump. That one was a bit short though. The batter Shona Knight was onto the back foot and forced it. It went quickly down to mid off.
Yes, an opportunity to score there, but she failed to find the gap and played it straight to the fielder and denied any runs.
So Millington will continue, and it will be another dot ball. So 4 deliveries, fourth over. So it means she has delivered some 22 deliveries, no run. But importantly, she has picked up the very important wicket of Kaisia Knight, out of the wicket. Taken on the pad. Laura P, she's begging, pleading to the umpire. And umpire Vicky Daniel is unmoved. She's not interested. The delivery just on about the off stump. And the batter came onto the front foot, taken on the pad. Might have been shot just outside the off stump. We can see it on the monitor, but very tight bowling by Millington from this the media center end. Final delivery of a fourth over. And she ends the over with a dot ball. So 4 consecutive maidens delivered by Millington. So at the end of 8 overs, Barbados winning the toss and batting. They are 12 for 2.
Yeah, so Barbados really struggling at the moment. 12 for 2. And Guyana, of course, putting on a good show here at the moment, and Sherry and Fraser will continue from far, and yes, I've been joined by Carlisle Powell. Carlisle, good morning. Certainly a fine day for cricket, and so far, so good for the Guyana team.
Absolutely dominant so far. Good morning.
Sherry and Fraser. This one is pushed up to extra cover. No run. So,
Winning the toss and batting. Barbados would never have thought that it would be 12 for 2.
and not only that, Carlisle, the very important wicket of Kaisian Knight, was being prolific in this tournament. She got 69 not out against this team last year. But she's back in the pavilion. She's a ball shortish, pulled into the onside. This should run away for 4. That's a good shot by Calendar. Sorry, it's Holder, Trishan Holder. Good shot. The innocuous delivery, and every now and then Sherry Ann Fraser has the tendency to
Back in the
go a bit short down the onside. This time she was pulled away for 4. She's a ball shortish,
Yeah,
pulled into
you
the
want to see a
onside. This
little
should
bit more
run away for
control
4.
from Fraser. She's a West Indian player, and she has erred a couple of times in this game and been dispatched.
Fraser overpitched this time, but driven up to extra cover, and she can't score. So apart from those couple of loose deliveries from Sherry and Fraser, in fact, technically she would have conceded some 12 runs with loose deliveries. One of those boundaries, of course, Carlisle being leg bites, which brushed the path, but it was due to badly line delivery. Here she goes again, wide down the onside, and the white being signaled. So Barbados happy for these runs, of course. They have been struggling. And all of a sudden, in this over, they rushed on to 17 for 2. uh,
7 of those 17 from extras.
He's Holder defending this time. It goes up to short mid wicket. So Fraser, perhaps tiring a bit. Notes, she's in a 5th over. It has been a reasonably good spell. She has picked up a wicket, and she has not given too much away. In fact, all runs from the bat would have come from Sherry and Fraser. This one is short. He's attempting to cut, misses, and perhaps Sherry and Fraser getting away with one there, Carlisle.
A little bit too close for that shot. Far too close to her for her to be attempting to cut that. She dropped her hands late, and so it went for the keeper.
So Holder will try once more. Barbados struggling a bit, 17 for 2. And here she goes again, looking to cut and missing outside the off stump. But Carla Millington, she has this knack of being very tight and yet to concede a run.
You call it a knock early. I call it practice. She has been doing this for quite a while, and this is the art of the game. She has practiced hard and she has delivered. 2 cruise ships in the harbor in Bastille this morning.
Yes, I think I would have seen those 2 cruise ships. Don't think I would have been on any one of those 2.
But I hope that you're planning to.
Yes, Carnival Cruises is there, but this one goes into the offside. Yes, Carnival Cruises is there, so perhaps, who knows, sometime soon, Carnival Cruises. It's a good thing when you're not employed, Carla. I'm on the unemployed list, so nicely driven, but up to mid-off. And
Good thing if you're not employed, if you're retired. If you're looking for a job, it's not so good.
Most definitely. And the quick single, and in the end, the batter is home. That's Knight.
First run from the bowling of Millington in her fifth over.
So Millington conceding 1 run, and of course, lots of cricket being played uh, around St. Kitts. We have the match going on there in Warner Park, Carlisle. I know you have always kept in touch with other matches, so perhaps we'll be able to give an update on the match in Warner Park and St. Paul's in a short while.
In just a minute.
Yeah. As this one is misfielded at extra cover, and allowed a single. So
34 for 1 Leewards in the seventh over, losing the wicket of Keanu Joseph. Jamaica against Trinidad and Tobago, 32 for no loss, Jamaica batting.
okay, not bad start for those two teams, Carlisle. Leewards uh, struggling to win a match, trying hard to win a match. A fairly good start there. 34 for 1. Millington, though. And Shona Knight is pushing back up the track to Millington who fields. So just conceding a single so far in a spell. She's in a fifth over.
Two singles.
Two singles, as a matter of fact. That's Kishona Knight defense. But it's important to Carlisle for Kishona Knight to steady. She is an experienced player. She would have played international cricket, won the international cricket for the West Indies. And we perhaps would see a change from the far end. So the first bowling change from the far end, Carlisle. And we see Sherry and Fraser being taken out of the attack. So Pluffy and Millington, 5 overs. Two, uh, 1 for 2. 2 runs, 1 wicket. So it's going to be Gaznaby who picks up the attack from the far end. This one is outside the off stump, through to the keeper. And
Playing some tricks on us. I think the number on the back is 18, but that is not reflected on the sheet that we have.
8, in fact, reflected on the sheet. So Bika Gaznaby. Those glasses are working well, Carla. So and he stayed nicely down to third man. Just a single though to hold her.
Her shirt number is 18, but on what we were given, the number is 8.
8, yes. Yes.
So it's the first time I've seen 8 reflected as 1-8.
Well, strange things do happen. But nevertheless, it's Gajna B who she's bowling right arm medium paces from the far end. Fended by Kishona Knight. Back to the bowler. So she has a slip in place. There's a third man right on the boundary. Cover is back on the boundary also. And this one is pushed into the offside. Shonen Knight thinks of a single, it's not on. Is also, Schultz is also on the fine leg boundary. Those are the fielders outside the circle. And there's a slip, a point. There's an extra cover, there's a mid-off. And a mid-on. So there's a yawning gap. In fact, fielder goes into short mid-wicket. So that's the field that is being employed here by Ghaznavi for Kishona Knight. Shortish outside the off stump, punch to point. Straight to the fielder. And there's no run. So Barbados looking to break free, looking to score, but they're not being allowed to do so. Short outside the off stump, put down. Hard slip. A shot, and she cut it, peeled off the outer portion of the bat.
Mango.
And Mango, at first slip, put it down.
Went straight into her hands. Good height too. Let's look at it again. Went fast, but straight into her hands.
Just should have taken that. Probably an issue of height there for Mango, who is a diminutive figure. But a catch that should have been taken. Most definitely, Carlisle.
It definitely. It went to her fast. You have to say that because it came off quickly. It went directly to her, and she put the chance down. Knight wouldn't be too upset about that. She gets to stay at the wicket and gets another chance to build.
And certainly that would have been a very important wicket for Guyana, a wicket that Barbados would not have liked to have lost at that point, and that, of course, would have plunged them into further problems. So a chance to go in a big India. As this one is driven into the offside. Yeah, in fact, do have a change in bowling from from this end, the southern end. It's the vice captain of the Guyana team, Munisa, who is in the attack. This one is peeling off the outer portion of the bat and going down to backward point. So Millington being replaced from this end. We're going to see as though we're going to see lots of spinners here today from Guyana. This one given a bit more air and driven up the cover for a single by Holder. Nicely played. And they're just opening the face of the bat slightly and playing it out to cover point for a single. That's going to be just below us here at long off. Perhaps we'll have to get some more than that number. 18 being 8 being converted to 18. Of course, this ground here at Connery, Carlisle, really more or less nestled between the hills. To our right, we can see, I don't think there's any name given to that particular hill, Carlisle. There's a hill to our right. And below that hill, the number of houses, as this one is quietly played into the offside. And as we look out straight ahead of us, we see the hills there, just above the runway, the Robert L. Batcher airport runway. So certainly you'll be seeing a little later on, Carlisle, you'll be probably seeing some aircrafts as opposed to some cruise ships.
At Warner Park, you get to see the cruise ships very well from the commentary position.
Most
Here, you get to see the airport.
Most definitely. down in St. Paul's now, Carlisle, you would see station, a nearby island, Central Stations, of course, and its holder gets a delivery, taken on the pad, the appeal goes up, but umpire Brown remains unmoved. Slow delivery from Ghaznabi at that time.
Very little foot movement there from Holder. She just closed the face of the bat and played straight across that one. It would have been better served looking straighter.
Yes, I'm certainly going across the line. Ghaznabi once more. Full pitch and good bit of feeling there. Seem to have lost it a bit at backward point, and a single taken. And some good work done by Munisa, the vice captain of the Guyana team. So this one is pushed into the offside by Kaisian Knight. She's looking for a run. It's not on. The captain of the Guyana team, Shemaine Campbell's, comes quickly from behind to retrieve. And there's no run. But Barbados looking to rebuild. Shortish whipped into the onside. And it's Schultz who moves smartly around Fields. Just a single. Carlisle, what we are hoping to see in these matches is that the teams would certainly use up all the overs back longer. In the past, we have seen teams just fall in well short. Some teams just barely get into 40 overs. As this one comes from perhaps the outer portion of the bat and goes down into the slip, where Mango is fielding and no run.
Campbell is keeping up to the stumps to Ghaznabi.
Yes, she certainly, right up. Has kept wicket on and off, as this one is pushed into the offside. In fact, she's a very versatile player. Not only a batter, but she has done some bowling also. Campbell does not keep wicket for the West Indies. And last year, we saw keeping wicket for most parts for the tournament, and then she opted to go into the outfield and gave up the gloves. But Munasa will continue. And so this one is shortish and cut away, but straight to point. And no run. So Kishona Knight looking to break free. We've seen her attempt one or two aggressive shots so far, Carlisle. So she's looking to score. Fends this time though. The ball goes from the inner portion of the bat and goes um, into the leg side, and no run scored. So this one is pushed into the offside, quick single. Well run. In the end, putting pressure on Sherian Fraser, who's a short extra cover. Just gently pushed into the offside, and they set off immediately for the run. Good understanding between the two batters. The one run through Kishona Knight. So the score, we're in over number 14. And the score is 24 for 2. So still very slow progress by the Barbados team, as It's Holder who is facing now. Ashmoni gets a good delivery, is back and pushes into the offside. This one turned into the batsman slightly. This- So we have been told that Ghaznabi actually is 18 and not 8 as advertised on the sheet. So we have that sorted out. Now she's in fact sporting 18 on her back. So that's a number. But it's Munisa and situation going back again to one which she perhaps might have been forward to. In the end, kept it out. The ball went into the offside. End of over number 14, 24 for 2. Barbados winning the toss and batting.
Listen, the bowling by Guyana has been outstanding so far this morning. They've been on target. And having picked up those 2 wickets, Barbados is in a rebuilding stage. Holder, 8 from 26, Kishona Knight, 4 from 25. But this is something which you would understand if you understand cricket very well. In that, it doesn't make sense for them to go hell for leather and lose a couple of the wickets. It's a 50-over game. And so they're rebuilding, trying their best to rebuild. The bowling continues to be good by Guyana.
Ghaznabi. So one pushed into the offside up to point, no run. Munisa is fielding. And of course, I mean, lamenting the fact that the teams they have not over the years they're not batting their full complement so this is why it's critical for Barbados to try and rebuild at this point. Fended well and gets a single. And this is what they probably would be looking to do more of, Carlisle, looking to pick up the singles, rotate the strike. And while they're not getting any free hits or any balls to put away, perhaps look to work the ball into the gaps and pick up singles there and keep the scoreboard moving. Ghaznabi once more. This one is gently pushed down to mid-on by Holder. And no run is scored. So Guyana being asked to field first. They lost the toss. And they've done well. They've done quite well. Barbados, on the other hand, looking to seize the advantage by batting first. They won the toss and opted to bat. But so far, so good for Guyana. They have come out on top up to this point. Not a good delivery by Ghaznabi. They defended into the offside this time by Holder. Steve Reese continues to blow across the field. Carlisle, it has been very windy these days, and not only as this one is forced up to extra cover, not only in St. Kitts Nevis. I was speaking to umpire Gregory Brathwaite, who is at the grounds today. And he was telling me that in Barbados too, they have been having some strong winds. And certainly today is not an exception. It's been rather windy. In fact, some time ago, a few days ago, Kyle, I'm pretty certain we would have had uh, winds close to storm force winds a couple of Fridays ago. We had winds gusting very strongly, perhaps over 40 miles per hour.
Unusual weather, but it's keeping the place nice and cool.
Oh, yes,
And
most definitely as the aircraft goes over Carlisle.
DHL,
Of course, you would be familiar with all these aircrafts.
I spent a lot of my life managing an airport, so yes, 20 years of my life as an airport manager.
Munisa continues. And this is a good one, a good delivery on target. Seems to be about off stump and defended by Kishona Knight. She feels well. So defended once more. And the Guyana, the bowlers, they have not given too much away. They have not given too many boundary balls. We saw Sherry and Fraser earlier on giving away a few. Nicely played into the offside. Some footwork there by Sherry and Fraser. Can't prevent the run. And it's one more to Kishona Knight. Of course, the Connery playing ground very close to just outside the ground is one the island's main road, as this one is edged down to third man for four. So welcome boundary there for Holder and for Barbados, and four more to the score. So that boundary takes the score on to 30 for two, and rebuilding process here being done by these two. Holder has gone on to 12, and Kishona Knight, she's on 6. Defended by Holder. Ball goes gently into the offside where it's picked up by the bowler as the over comes to an end. So we have had some 16 overs completed. The score is 30 for 2 and going at less than 2 runs per over, just over 1 run per over, 1.88 runs per over. Very slow progress indeed, but necessary at this point.
Bowling has been accurate, and the batters are coming to terms with the bowling. And when you look at the Guyana bowling lineup, they have quite a few very experienced bowlers.
There's quite a number of these players would have played for the West Indies team, as this one is pushed into the offside. So, good, as I said, Carlos experienced bowling lineup, players who have made it onto the West Indies team. Mangu, who we have not seen yet, Najna B, Chinita Grimond, as this one goes down to mid-on, and the single is picked up, and there's also Munisa.
Schultz, Schultz bowls as well.
Schultz, yeah, she also bowls, but I was just thinking in terms of the players who would have played international cricket
Okay.
for the West Indies. Of course, uh, Cherry Ann Fraser, she has not played any one-day internationals, but she has played T20 cricket for the West Indies. So, as you rightly said, a very experienced bowling lineup of the single is picked up there by Barbados. So, they do have the capability of keeping things tight and really putting some pressure on the Barbados team, as we see happening at this point. But Barbados looking to fight back 32 for 2. And lucky not to have lost the third wicket, as this one is pushed into the offside. And no one is scored. Should have lost the wicket of Kishona Knight, who was dropped at first slip by Mango.
And you notice that Mango has given herself some more room at slip. She was a little closer.
As this one is turned into the onside for a single. Yes, he's rather deep, for a slip, even with the wicketkeeper standing up. So, one more to the score. And it's a leg bite. It's now 33 for 2. And we're in over number 17. At the end of this over, of course, Gary would replace me, and I see the emergency fielders there on the boundary edge, stayed nicely down to shoot to come some off the third man boundary, just a single. The over comes to an end, 34 for 2. We have had 17 overs completed. Gary Pemberton is due to replace me at the moment. They are going to take a drinks break, and perhaps it's a good time for us to take a drinks break also.
Welcome back. And you're looking at 360 cricket. Excellent shots provided by our cameraman and our producer. And Barbados at the first break, 34 for the loss of 2 wickets after 17 overs. Losing Casey Knight caught at the wicket of Millington for 4. And then Calendar LBW to Fraser for no score from her 19 deliveries. So we are back, and it's a short delivery pulled away into the onside. This one is going close to the backward square boundary. They'll have a couple of runs, and that will take the score to 36 for the loss of 2. Holder getting that short delivery and making good use of it. Monisa is bowling from the commentary end. Bowls again. And for this delivery, Holder is struck on the body. Shout goes up from Monisa. No interest shown from her teammates. Gary. 3 games on the way. Jamaica, the last time I checked, they were 50 for no loss after 17 overs. And the Leewards were 53 for the loss of 2 after 14 overs. There's a delivery defended into the onside, and they won't score. So we're beneath the hills here at Connery. And Monisa is bowling to Holder. Goes a little wider on the crease. It's played into the offside, and Kishon Holder was off very quickly. Direct throw, but she was safely home. She was off quickly, was Holder, and Kishona Knight responded equally quickly. And so another single to take the score to 37 for 2. Barbados, to remind you, won the toss and decided to bat. And Guyana picked up the wickets of Casey and Knight, and the calendar scored the fall of the second wicket was 12 for 2. Monisa bowls a short delivery who is played down backward of point. There's a chase on towards the third man boundary. It's pulled up just inside the boundary, and they'll have a couple of runs. And so Knight will take a score now on to 9 in fact. Bit of a loose over coming back from the drinks break here by Monisa. Bowls. Then she stops a run, having an adjustment to the fielder down at the cover boundary. And she goes up now to bowl to Kishona Knight. And she's defending nicely to bring up the end of the over, an over which produced some 5 runs. And the Barbados at 39 for 2 after 18.
Well, Barbados, they are at a rebuilding stage after they would have lost their second wicket at 12. So it means these two would have put on a partnership of some 27 runs. Partnership started just in the 7th over. So they have faced 11.4 overs for a partnership of 27. So the important thing is that they are still in the middle. Even though the current rate is just 2.17, the fact is that they are in the middle, and once you get set, you can increase the scoring rate as the game go on. So Barbados would want these two to stay in the middle and bat and continue to build up a strong partnership. Chishan Holder in last year she batted at number 5. Now she batting at number 3 for the Barbados team, means that her batting might have improved.
Vaishnavi continues, and the Holder is driving down to mid-off, but she won't score. But she has looked good, Gary. She has been getting in line, and they're playing nicely so far. 17 from her 39 deliveries faced. Vaishnavi is bowling a delivery outside the off stump, played away to cover. They'll get a single. $40 for 2 Barbados in over number 19. Over rate has been good, Gary. At the end of the first hour, 17 overs have been bowled.
Yes, because they have predominantly used spinners, so they've been able to get to the overs pretty quickly.
Short delivery played away into the offside. Good soft hands, and allows a single. The running has been good. They've been very alert.
And what we're seeing from the Guyana captain is that she has been using spinners from the media center end, and from that far end, she has been going with her medium pacers. The opening bowler, Fraser, had in her 5 overs for 13 runs, and Williams on her 5 overs cost just 2 runs, and she picked up a wicket. Both openers picked up a wicket.
Driving firmly, finds the fielder at mid-off, they won't score. Slow delivery played down to mid-wicket, they'll have a couple of runs. Nicely played, she waited on it, did Holder, and played it down towards the mid-wicket position and picked up two good-looking runs. So she has moved on now to 20, and score has moved to 43 for the loss of two.
Yeah, so Holder has looked good. That was a good, nice flowing on dry ball on the pads, and she flicked it. She played it through mid wicket and was able to pick up 2 runs. So Barbados, I'm sure, would have put the responsibility on her to bat at number 3. And so far, she has done well, and she would just want to continue to bat and play a long innings for the Barbados team.
We have seen an increase in the scoring rate recently, Gary. It's now at 2.26 runs per over, but that is an increase over where it was. 43 for the loss of two after 19. And we see a change in bowling. We'll see Latchman coming into the attack from the commentary box end. Lots of spin on display by Guyana. Latchman over the wicket, and she's drawing Kishona Knight forward, playing at a delivery a little bit wider than she ought to have been playing at. Beaten through to the keeper. A good delivery to start. Here is Latchman once more. This one is shorter and pulled into the onside. There's protection coming off the boundary down at mid wicket, and so they'll have a single.
So Captain Campbell continuing with spin from the media center end. All of the 3 bowlers that have bowled from this end have been spinners. And Lashman is bowling a first over.
44 for 2. Holder is on 20 from her 42 deliveries. Shot again and played away into the offside. Played down into the ground and just dribbled away into the offside for extra cover to field. Right arm wrist spinner. Here is Latchman giving this one generous flight and played away down to mid wicket. They won't score. Short delivery. This time she finds the fielder at short backward square, and they won't get a single. Score remains on 44 for 2. 1 ball left in the 20th over. Again, given flight taken on the pad, and they will get a leg by as it's picked up now just inside the boundary. So they end the over with a leg by, and the score will move on to 45 for the loss of 2 wickets after 20 overs. Barbados batting.
An over in which we saw just the 1 run coming from the bat, but she bowled a couple of short deliveries, which I thought that she was fortunate to have gotten away with those short deliveries. The first delivery was a nicely flighted delivery, which brought Kishona Knight onto the front foot. She was beaten. And then the next 2 deliveries were short, and then they had a couple of the flighted deliveries, and the flighted deliveries seemed to have caused some bother to the batters. And I'm sure that is what she would want to continue to do, bowling from this media center and to continue to flight just on about the off stump.
At Warner Park, Gary, the Jamaica women playing against Trinidad. After 19 overs and 5 balls, they were 55 for no loss. And down at St. Paul's, the Leewards playing against the Windwards, 58 for 2 after 16 overs and 2 balls. Change from the far end, Gary?
Kento, right? Looks like Mentor, Katana Mentor, look like number 5.
I'm
Number
seeing
70. Oh,
I'm seeing something with a 4. The numbers that they gave us are mixed up. I'm told that's Shanita Grimond, whose number on my sheet says number 3, but she's wearing a double-digit number on the back of her shirt. 74. We, we don't have a 74 on our sheet.
A 74 on the back of the bowler.
Okay, it's Shanita Grimond it is. Driving into the onside, finds mid-wicket, and Holder won't score. So yet more spin. First time we're seeing spin from that far end. As Shanita Grimond bowls a delivery on the legs, it's turned neatly into the onside for a single. And the score will move to 46 for 2. We're in over number 21. Holder is on 21 and Kishona Knight is on 11. So Shanita Grimond it is, was decided that she will go around the wicket to the left-handed Kishona Knight. Field has been spread some, and we're seeing a change and then a non-change. And so she returns to her original position. Here's a delivery which is bringing Knight forward. And it's played back down on the onside of the track. So quiet proceedings here at Connery. Shanita Grimond bowling from around the wicket. It's played into the offside, finds extra cover. And no score. 46 for 2. Last ball in over number 21. As Series Grimond, given generous flight, played firmly down to the field at mid-off. End of an over which produced 1 run. And the score is 46 for 2 after 21 overs, Barbados batting.
Slow going for Barbados, and the Guyana bowlers continued to bowl tight. I think that the last delivery was a full delivery. The batsman should have made better use of it, but she played it straight down to mid-off. So Trishan Holder would want to continue to bat. She has looked good. She's batted at number 3. And Kishona Knight would want to continue to give support. So they are building a nice steady partnership. So far the partnership has yielded some 34 runs, and they would want to continue.
Lachman with a left arm leg spin and brings Holder forward, plays it away on the onside, no score. Very windy there, as indicated by the flags here at Connery. Flying full mast and full. Here's a delivery which is dragged it down, but she can only find the extra cover and they won't score. These two came together with the score on 12. Here is Lachman, again given flight, slow delivery, and it's played back down the track for no runs. Driven firmly into the onside by Holder, but finding mid-wicket. Delivery, again given flight, outside the line of the off stump. It's played down to third man, fielder running back, and she'll get a single, does Holder, and she takes the score to 22 from her 54 deliveries faced. Barbados are 47 for 2, and we have 1 delivery left in over number 22. Kishona Holder on strike, and she's Kishona Knight, in fact, on strike, and she's getting a single down to cover on the offside. So 22 overs completed, and the score here 48 for the loss of 2.
Just 2 runs coming from that over from from Latman, and she continued to try and keep things tight, even though she would have bowled a couple of short deliveries. But 2 overs, of course, 2 runs, and Barbados will want this to continue to bat. They just had a mid pitch conference. That is Holder and Shauna Knight, probably trying to encourage each other. 48 for 2 after 22 overs. Just scoring just over 2 runs per over. Projected score at a scoring rate of 109.
Dead ball. Foul that some of these players seem to carry nowadays, even when it's dry, fell out. And so the umpire called and signaled dead ball. Jamaica, they have lost their first wicket. They're 65 for 1 after they're in the 22nd over. Here is a delivery which is worked away into the onside. The hands go up and the fielders race away. They'll get a couple, and that will be signaled leg byes now. So the score will move on to 50 for the loss of 2. 50 for Barbados coming up in over number 23.
So there was a ball which was on the center and leg stump, but allowed appeal for LBW, but umpire was unmoved. That's umpire Caroline Brown.
Short delivery, cut away into the offside, won't score.
So Barbados would want to capitalize on these loose deliveries. When you get the loose delivery, you would want to capitalize on it.
Grimmon continues. Kishona Knight is looking to cut a delivery which is too close and missed it. All is well that ends well. Here is Grimmond once more, and she's back turning it into the onside. That will be an easy single, and she'll move to 13, does Kishona Knight, and the score to 51 for the loss of 2.
So Knight has faced all of 49 deliveries for her 13, and Tishan Holder, she's on 22 from 54. But the important thing is that they are still in the middle.
Short delivery, signaled wide. It's down the onside, and Holder missed out. But they'll get a single from the wide. 52 for the loss of 2. Win over number 23. She's back, is Holder, and playing it to extra cover. And they won't score. The umpires just look at each other and give the signal to indicate that one more delivery is left in the over. Here is Shanita Grimmon swept nicely. This will be a challenging run for Fraser. She should pull it back. They'll cross for 2 runs. And that will take the score on now to 54 for the loss of 2 at the end of 23 overs. But badly lined delivery, and the Holder played it well to pick up 2 runs. 54 for 2, 23 completed, Gary.
Yes, so Holder continued to look good in that over. We saw that she was looking to get after the bowler, but the last delivery was a bad delivery, and she played it down towards fine leg. She was able to pick up 2 runs, so she would want to continue. You get the impression that she's looking now that she's has faced some 56 balls. She'll be looking to take the attack to the Guyana bowlers.
And over in St. Paul's, the Leewards have lost another wicket. I'm seeing the score now 69 for the loss of 3 wickets. And the batter out there is Melissa Clark, run out for 23. Wide delivery here, so the score will advance by 1. And it's Latchman who is bowling from the media center end. And this one is given generous flight, but played straight to the field at extra cover. And they won't score. Delivery, which is swung into the onside, knocked down by the fielder at backward square. and they'll have a single. And so the score moves to 56 for the loss of 2.
And the fielder there at Backward Square was Sherry and Fraser. Fraser looked quite athletic in the field. He seems to be a very good fielder. He has been patrolling on the offside and looks good in the field.
Latchman once more has the batter defending away into the offside, and they won't score. Badly lined delivery, and this one will go down to the no, it's cut off nicely inside the boundary. Very good sweep shot there, though, by Holder. It was just outside the line of her legs, and she was on top of the delivery. Rolled her wrist nicely, and it was a good run from the fielder, running around towards deep backward square to limit the scoring to 2. It's 58 for the loss of 2. We're in over number 24. Here is Latchman once more on the legs, walk to mid-wicket. No runs. We've seen 3 fours scored so far, and we're in over number 24. Here is a delivery, which is again given generous flight, work nicely into the onside with soft hands to bring up the end of the over. And at the end of the over, the score, 24 overs have been completed, and the score is 59 for the loss of 2. These two have done a bit of a restoration job here for Barbados. They would want more, Gary.
Yes, they have been trying to restore things for the Barbados team, so they have put on a partnership of some 47 runs. And the 47 runs coming in 17.4 overs. And so they want to increase the scoring rate and see if they can get up to 175, 200 runs. The projected score based on this current run is just 123. They're going at 2.46 runs per over. But Latchman, when she flies the ball, she looks so much better.
Shanita Grimond, and it's played away into the offside. No runs. Earl Smithson is ready to replace me at the end of the over. I noticed that he left the booth. I'm trying to see when he comes on if he has found out the name of the hill store right. Is a delivery which is she's cutting at it, out caught at the wicket. It was too close for the shot. She was cramped. Tried to play it away into the offside, was Holder. And again, a very good catch by the keeper, Campbell, who stayed low and took the catch. And so Barbados, they have lost wicket number 3. And it is Holder who has gone back to the pavilion. So wicket number 3 for Guyana.
Yes, important breakthrough, important partnership has been broken because these two were trying to rebuild by delivery outside the off stump. She was onto the back foot looking to force it, cut it low. It probably came from the bottom edge of the bat. And the captain and wicketkeeper Campbell did well to take the catch. She has taken 2 catches behind the wicket. And the Barbados team, they have lost their 3rd wicket with the score on 59. Holder, who was looking good, has been dismissed. And the new batter for Barbados is, we'll get the name for you in just a minute for the Barbados team. So Barbados losing their 3rd wicket on 59. And the batter has number 6. And based on the sheet here, it's Aline, who is the captain of the Barbados team. So it is not. It's Cumberbatch. So we have having some mix up with the numbers. Okay, so it's Cumberbatch. There's some mix up with the numbers here. Number 6, based on what I have in front of me, saying Aline, but number 5 is saying Cumberbatch. So we'll get that sorted out. So it has been confirmed that it's Cumberbatch. Okay, yeah. All right. I think we have the numbers mixed up. All right, so it's Cumberbatch actually. You're correct. I was looking at the batting order, so my apologies to the listeners. So Cumberbatch is the new batter. As I welcome back. First meeting, good afternoon or good morning, still.
I guess you're thinking of lunch, Gary. Good morning. Yes, uh, Guyana striking once more, picking up the third wicket, but a good partnership between those two batters, Kishon and Knight, and the holder.
So it's Guman who will continue from that far end, so just picked up a wicket. A third over, got a wicket of Jushan Holder, who was caught at wicket in this over. So Guyana continue to keep things tight. In over number 25, so we're halfway. We're in halfway stage in terms of the overs. One delivery remaining in over number 25, and women bowling from that far end. So Kishona Knight would want to continue to bat. He has faced some 54 deliveries for 14. The over has been completed. Over number 25, and after 25 overs, Barbados team winning the toss and batting here at Conoway. 60 for 3 after 25 overs. Smitten, you think they're satisfied with the way things have gone since they have decided to bat after winning the toss?
No, certainly not. 60 for 3. Uh, Losing 2 early wickets and then rebuilding a bit. We had a partnership of some 49 runs between Knight, Kishona Knight and Trishan Holder. But at 60 for 3 halfway, 25 overs gone. Not a good position by any means, but I suspect that what the Barbados team would be looking to do at this point is to try and bat as deep as possible without losing much more wickets. As we look at Schultz, who is going to be coming into the attack, we have more spin. It's been a diet of spin today, Gary.
Yes, and from this, the media center end, all the bowling from this end have been spinners. So Schultz has been brought into the attack, and we get a single. So Schultz has replaced Latchman from this media center end. First delivery on the leg stump, and they were able to get a single. So Casey Schultz bowling a first over from this the media center end. So Guyana would want to continue to keep things tight and continue to pick up wickets as well, and continue to put pressure on Barbados. And so Schultz will go over the wicket, and they will get a single. Goes down to fielder on the mid-wicket fence, and that's the vice captain Monisar. Shmini Monisar, fielder on the mid-wicket fence. One more to the total. It has gone on to 6-2 for 3. And Schultz is bowling a first over. She's bowling around the wicket to the right-hander and goes over the wicket to the left-handed Victoria Knight. So Cumberbatch, who replaces Trishan Holder, who was out caught at the wicket for 27. She went when the score was on 59. Another flighted delivery. And there was Cumberbatch onto the back foot, looking to force it through the offside. But it went down to cover, down to Latchman at cover fields. So nice sunny conditions here at Connery. Flighted on the leg stump. Early line. It goes down towards the final leg area. The fielder is giving chase. She will pull it back. And they're able to get 2 runs. So 2 more to the total. Takes it on to 64. And Cumberbatch, with those 2 runs, she has gone to 4. She has faced the 5 deliveries. So we have seen some 4 runs so far in this over. So Barbados looking to probably make use of going after the new bowler. Shows bowling from Mr. Media Center end. She ends with a good delivery flighted on the off stump. And Cumberbatch just pushed it back down the strip to bring up the end of over number 26. Barbados winning toss and batting here at Connery. They're 64 for 3.
I think one of the reasons why we might be seeing spin from this end, Gary, from the southern end, of course, the fast bowlers, well, if one knows Connery grounds very well from this end, the fast bowlers would have to, or any bowler for that matter, would have to run up a slope. It's a rather steep slope here from this particular end. So perhaps one of the reasons why the fast bowlers would have been used from the far end where, they would have to more or less coming downhill as opposed to laboring uphill.
So Griman will continue from that far end. She's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Kishona Knight. She's on 15 from 55. And we saw the opener calendar face some 19 deliveries, and she made a duck. Kesia Knight, 4 from 14 deliveries. And Tijan Holder made 27. And there was Kishona Knight getting a delivery outside the off was onto the back foot, and they'll get a run eventually as they return from the field at backward point as the vice captain was not good. And she gave away a run. It was a short delivery, should have been punished. And so they eventually got a single. So with a single, the total has gone up to 65 for 3 in over number 27. So this is a Super 50, the West Indies Women's Super 50 competition sponsored by Alphabet and CG United. So this is the first round of matches. 3 matches been played in St. Kitts. One at St. Paul's, the other at Warner Park. And this game here between Guyana and Barbados being played right here at Connery. Barbados winning the toss and decided to bat. They have lost 3 wickets. So Griman will go over the wicket to the right-handed Cumberbatch. And Cumberbatch seemed to be a bit disappointed that she didn't do better with that. She was looking to force it into the offside. Came from the outer portion and went down towards the back of the point area. No chance of a run. So just one run coming from the 4 deliveries and so far in over number 27. This time you get a single. And gets it down to mid-wicket. Thinking about the second. Fielder had the return in one more to the total. 66 for 3. 1 delivery remaining in over number 27. So 2 runs have come so far in this over. 1 for 8 in 3.5 overs. That's Shanita Griman bowling from the far end. She got the golden wicket of Tijan Holder, who was looking good. And there was the batsman Kishona Knight going onto the back foot, looking to turn it into the onside. And the over has been completed. So over number 27 has come to an end, 66 for 3 Barbados.
Yes, 27 overs being completed. Barbados at this point probably need to get a bit of a move on. They're going at just 2.4 runs for over. And at that rate, they probably will get to just about 100 and, well, the projected score anyhow, 123 or thereabout, which might not be enough, but you could never tell. They have dismissed Guyana for 121 before, and 128. So
The shows will continue. Went through the hands of the fielder at backup point as the vice captain, and they were able to get a single, was wide, and he went through the hands of the fielder. So 1 more to the total. Takes it on to 67.
Barbados, they've only struck 3 fours in this inning so far, and they've gone past the halfway mark with just 3 boundaries so far.
So shows will continue. And lastly, when Barbados won against the Guyana team, so another single to the total, takes it on to 68. So Barbados took 41.2 overs to get up to the 129 for 6. Even in that game, they would have scored slow. And they continue to be scoring slow here at Connery, but they would have won that game last year. and they're hoping that they can get up to at least 150 runs. Might put some pressure on Guyana.
Yes, we have seen scores just in excess of 150 or even less than 150, posing challenges to teams batting a second time. So 150 runs would be somewhat of a challenge for the Guyana team, but who knows?
So we have seen so far in this over every delivery, a run has been scored. So 4 runs have come from the first 4 deliveries. And that's what the Barbados team would want to do. Continue to pick up runs and score out off of as many deliveries as possible. The 2 deliveries remaining in KCL's shows second over, none for 8. And the combo battery is on 7. KCL Knight is on 18, the non-striker. Flighted. And she's swinging it. And the opening bowler, Sherian Fraser, had to move across to her left down at mid-wicket, another single. 5 runs from the 5 deliveries. So 1 delivery remaining in over number 28. Barbados has 71-3. So shows his bowling from this deep media center end. 1 delivery in her remaining in her second over. Flatter, faster, and shorter. And they were able to get a single down to a fielder down on the boundary to bring up the end of the over. At the end of it, you're listening to City United Women's Cricket from Connery. Barbados winning the toss and batting after 28 overs. They are 72-3.
Yes, a much better over there for Barbados, scoring from every delivery in that particular over. And they certainly would like to do a lot more of this, minimize drop deliveries if the boundaries are not coming. And perhaps by picking up singles, they could force the bowlers into some error and probably collect boundary balls.
So Guyana will continue from that far end. And then she's bowling to Shauna Knight. The Knight has been there for some time. So she won't capitalize on the fact that she has been in the middle for some time.
19 from 62 deliveries, that's a long time. But this is a good shot, though, Gary. Driven pleasantly through extra cover for 4.
So she's trying now to break the shackles. The ball which was driven into the offside. So she has been there for some time. In the last year, she made 32 from 83 balls, struck some 4 4s. So she likes to spend some time in the middle, but she wants to capitalize and make a big one for Barbados. A flighted delivery, but just pushed it down into the offside. So 76-3. So the second delivery was struck 4. And then the third delivery was pushed back down on the offside. A bit wide of the outcome. It was bouncing down to Mango at backward point, she feels. So in over number 29, scoring at 2.65 runs per over. 4 4s have been struck so far in the innings. And Guman will go around the wicket. Looking to turn it around the corner, struck on the pad, but obviously going down the onside. The keeper was moving down the onside as well. It's a quiet question asks of umpire Caroline Brown. She's not interested. The total remains on 76. So just the 4 from the second delivery. All other deliveries have been dot balls, and that's what you don't want. You want to at least pick up singles if you're not getting the boundaries.
Yes, it's critical to rotate this strike. You get a boundary early in the over, and you would have been thinking that, well, if you could pick up another 2, 3 singles here, maybe 4 singles, that's 8 runs in the over. But instead, they allow the bowlers to bowl that deliveries and just picked up that 4 runs in the over. So effectively, just 4 runs coming from the over, and in the end, not a bad over being delivered there by Guyana. So the Barbados team still not being able to break free, but nevertheless, they do have something on the board, 76-3. And We see a projected score of 131 being posted. But of course, that's going at the current rate, and perhaps if they could accelerate a bit later on with some wickets in hand, they could get well past that 131 runs.
So shows will continue from the media center, and good delivery flighted on the off stump. Some turn and bounce taken behind by Sherman Campbell, who has had a good time behind the wicket. Just collected catches, just taken 2 catches. Full delivery in the air, moves into the onside. Sharon Fraser's coming in quickly off the middle wicket fence, couldn't get to it, and she collected it on the bounce with a full delivery. And Combach was looking to probably clear the boundary. Didn't get hold of it as she would have wanted when behind the air. Maybe if she had gotten more bat on it, she might have gone down to mid wicket. So fortunately for her, that it dropped well short of the fielder coming in off the mid wicket fence.
Yes, she should have done better with that. She should have put that away before, but instead struck it high in the air and picked up just a run.
So another single has been added to the total. So with that single, the total has gone on to 78 for 3 in over number 30. And Windies would want to continue to keep things tight. Cumberbatch is on the 9. She faces up to Scholes. Short delivery. With it in the air over the bowler head. And it will go into the boundary for 4. It was short. And Cumberbatch went into the swing, got it over the head of the bowler fielder at long on. Couldn't get around. That's Williana Drummond, and he went into the boundary for 4.
Yes, well played shot there by Cumberbatch. Struck it well and struck it down to long off. She played it straight. It was too short from Schultz, who has not been as tidy as some of the other bowlers.
So it's a flighted delivery. She's bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Cumberbatch. So 6 runs have come so far in over her 0.5 overs. Of course, 16 runs. Millington 5 overs cost just 2 runs, 1 wicket. Flighted delivery on the leg stump. She's sweeping it around the corner, goes down towards back of the square, go into the boundary for 4 runs. A poorly line delivery, and the batter made good use of it and played it down towards the boundary for 4. That's Cumberbatch to bring up the end of over number 30. And at the end of it, the Barbados team trying to increase the scoring rate.
Perhaps the biggest over for Barbados so far. 2 boundaries coming in this over. Well played shot though. It was on the pads, a poorly line delivery, but in the end, you still have to put them away. And Cumberbatch played a very good shot, and she has raced on to 17 from some 17 deliveries in comparison to 24 from 68 deliveries for Kishona Knight. So she has upped the tempo a bit for Barbados. And now we see that the Barbados rate has gone up to just about 2.87 runs for over. And the projected score going to about 144 at the current rate. And I'm pretty certain that they will be hoping to get something much bigger than 144. They still do have a few wickets in hand, just some 3 wickets down, and with set batters, and with Kishona Knight being a very capable batter, perhaps Barbados could get in excess of 150, 160, and I'm pretty certain that would be a good fighting total for the Barbados team. So even though Guyana started well, they had the pressure on Barbados. Barbados seems to be getting back into the game at this point, and looking a little better at 86 for 3.
So it's Kishona Knight was faced some 68 balls for 24. And she looking to drive into the offside, goes bouncing down to Latchman to cover. So Cumberbatch last year batted at number 3 for Barbados. She made 1. She's on hold, who batted at 5 last year, but batted at number 3 this time around, and Cumberbatch batting at number 5. So there's a switch in terms of the position they batted last year. And since combat has come to the middle, she seemed to be the more aggressive of the two batters. Season 17 from 17, Kishore and I taking on the pad, allowed appeal, or just a question asks of the umpire. Umpire Brown is not interested, indicating that he probably might have fallen down the onside. 86 for 3 in over number 31. So Griman is bowling her sixth over from that far end. And Kishore Knight looking to break the shackles. She's on 24 from 71. 24 from 72 now with that delivery. 4 deliveries in the over so far, no run. So Griman would want to continue to keep things tight. Another dot delivery. So with the previous over where fours came, now the Guyana team coming back strongly. With this over, that's Griman bowling a tight over. A very tight over. Maiden over has come to an end. So good comeback for Guyana in terms of the maiden over. At the end of it, 86 for 3 from 31 overs.
Yes, another 19 overs left in this innings. And Barbados, though, would not want to continue to bat in the same vein throughout the innings. And perhaps it's a question of when they might, try to take the attack to the Guyanese bowlers. Of course, they would like to have some wickets in hand if they're going to do so. So perhaps around over number 35 or thereabout, we might see some more aggression from the Barbados team. But certainly, if they're going to get a fairly decent score, they cannot continue just to defend and allow that deliveries to be bowled to them. We saw in that particular over, Shona Knight bent on defense.
So Millington has been brought back into the attack, and immediately she creates some alarm and delivery outside the off stump. Maybe from the outer edge, went through the slip area. And no signal coming from the umpire. So a good delivery just on about the off stump. Samabash coming into the front foot. The outer edge found went down to the vacant third man area for a single.
Yes, he immediately inducing an edge.
So she will go around the wicket between the umpire and the stump. Flat hand faster delivery short. And goes down to the field and the boundary who misfields or bobbles it. And give the batters enough time to come back for a second run. That's Patana mentor down at the back of the square area. Couldn't collect it cleanly. And it gave the batters enough time to come back for 2 runs. So 2 more to the total. And Millington will continue in her 6th over into the offside. Goes through the hands of the fielder, Liana Grimmond, who was coming in quickly from the deepish middle of arrow, looking to slip a single, but they went through hands and they were able to come back for 2 runs. So not good feeling by the field at middle.
I think she might have taken her eyes off that one at the last moment, and it went through and allowed 2 runs when they should just have been just the 1 run. But we can see attempts being made here by Kishore Knight to step up the scoring rate.
So Millington, her first 5 overs cost 2 runs, and now this over has yielded some 5 runs from 4 deliveries. The ball goes bouncing down to extra cover. Sherry and Fraser is in the way. And total remains on 91 for 3 with 1 delivery remaining in over number 32. Jonah Knight is on 28. Full delivery driven back on the strip and the bowler steps it. So didn't capitalize on a full delivery. And the over has been completed. So 5 runs coming from that over. At the end of over number 32, it is 91 for 3.
Yes, 5 runs from that over could have easily been 9 runs. The last delivery, a full pitch delivery, which was not put away by Kishore Knight. And with some 32 overs completed at 0.84 runs for over, Barbados perhaps should be looking to step up a bit at this point. But what we have not seen much of though we are not seeing the batters trying to rotate the strike as much as possible.
So Shanita Goodman will continue from that far end. She is in her seventh over. She has bowled 6 overs before this, 1 for 12. And Cumberbatch, who has been aggressive since she has come to the middle, she's going fairly quickly, 18 from 19 deliveries. Ball kept a bit low. She jumped to the back foot, got bat on it, pushed it back down the strip. Projected score 141 based on the current run rate of 0.81 runs per over. So this is the West Indies CG United Super 50 Women's competition from Connery. The 2 matches presently being played in St. Kitts. So St. Paul's and Warner Park are the other 2 venues. The delivery on the stumps kept a little low as well. Again, and the Cumberbatch has pushed it down into the outside. So Guman has 3 deliveries remaining in her 7th over. First 3 deliveries have been dot balls. Another dot delivery goes back down the strip on the onside. So Cumberbatch 18 from 22. 6 fours have been struck so far in the 32.4 overs bowled by the Guyana team. Taking on the pad, looking to swing into the onside. Quiet question asks of umpire Brown. She's not interested. So another tight over. 5 deliveries. No run. The previous over yielded some 5 runs. So they have come back with a tight over from Shanita Guman from that far end. It's a driving in the air, just out of the reach of the bowler, and will go down towards the boundary. Good bit of feeling by the fielder running across from the whitish mid-on area and kept it to the boot from prevented it from going into the boundary. So the over has been completed. Over number 33, 2 runs coming from that last delivery. 93 for 3 after 33 overs.
Yes, a good drive there down to long on for 2 runs. But just to update you though on some of the other matches, Leeward Island seem to have suffered a major collapse out at St. Paul's. They're now 90 for 7 from just some 26.2 overs. And Jamaica 115 for 2 from 30 overs. So major collapse there for the Leeward Islands down at St. Paul's, who had a relatively good start. At one point, they were 34 for 1, and now they're 90 for 7. But defending champions, Jamaica continue to do well. They are 115 for 2 playing at Warner Park.
So he had Connery, 94 for 3, Barbados after winning the toss and batting. Millington is continuing from the media center end. So when viewers and the winners met last year at the Warner Park, the winner was batted first, made 470 for 5. And Lee was in response got to 155. So winner was won that game by 115 runs. This time around, Lee was batting first and seemed to be in a spot of bother. Have lost 7 wickets for less than 100 runs. I'm sure Winners will be happy with the way things have gone. So 2 runs, 2 singles have been scored in the first 2 deliveries. A short delivery strongly down towards Barbados clear for 4 was short, and there was a batter Shona Knight onto the back foot and swung it down towards Barbados clear for 4.
Very good shot indeed by Kishona Knight. She has been there for some time, so she must be seeing it well now. And it was too short and swung down to the boundary for 4.
This time she bowled a full delivery, driving it down to Griman. Liliana Griman at mid-off, she feels. And there is no run. Some 6 runs coming from this over from the 4 deliveries. Her first over in the second spell cost 5 runs. Now 6 from the 2 deliveries outside the off stump, keeping a bit low. Looking to go into the back foot to play secure the wicket on the offside. So 5 runs from the first over of the second spell. Now 6 have come from the second over, with 1 delivery remaining in over number 34. Was around the wicket, goes to Griman into the offside, goes quickly for the single. Fraser comes in quickly, fetch the cover, returns on the arm, broke the stumps, but Cumberbatch was quickly through for the single to bring up the end of over number 34. At the end of it, you're listening to City United Women's Cricket from Canary. Barbados batting first. They are 100 for 3 after 34 overs. I have some comments from you, Smitten. We will continue here at Canary.
I like that one, Gary. But the odds are coming up for Barbados in some 34 overs. And I think we're getting to a point where Barbados would be looking to accelerate a bit. Just another 16 overs left. And they no doubt would be looking to get well past 150 runs. But we can sense that Kishona Knight is looking to step up a bit at this point.
So Guyana will continue from the far. And so the Guyana team continue to bowl their overs pretty quickly. 17 overs in the first hour, another 17 overs in the second hour. So they're bowling at 17 overs per hour.
Yes, lots of spinners, of course. Just the two medium pacers from the far end.
So Guyana is bowling her 8 over, 1 for 14. And so she has been able to keep things tight, going at just about 2 runs per over. Barbados going at 2.9 runs per over. We're in over number 35 into the offside in the air, but well out of the reach of a latchman. That extra cover goes down towards the deep cover boundary, where fielder that's mental. The batters cross for a single. So with a single, the score moves on to 101. So the 100 coming up in over number 35. And Mbach, who is on 21 from 25. Faces up to Guman from the far end. Just pushed it into the onside. So for sure, this time at the end of this over, you'll be hearing the voice of Carlisle Powell. So 1-1 coming from the over so far from 4 deliveries. And she goes swinging to the onside. She's beaten and bowled. She went down on one leg, looking to swing it over mid wicket. Missed it. Stumps are broken. And Barbados have lost their 4th wicket with the score on 101.
Yes, going across the line of that one, it seemed to have struck the off stump. As we look at it again, and missed it completely. And she was bowled all over the place. So, crucial wicket coming at just about the right time for Guyana as we take a quick water break.
All right, so with the fall of that wicket, they have decided to take a water break. So at the end, at the fall of that wicket, 34.5 overs gone, 101 for 4 Barbados.
we're back with play after that water break. And of course, Barbados losing a wicket on the stroke of that water break. In fact, with one delivery left to go in the over. And it's now 2 wickets to Shanita Grimman, has conceded some 15 runs, and the final delivery of 8 over. This one is pushed back up the track. She feels, completes a good over, a very good over, in which she picked up the wicket of Cumberbatch and just conceded a run. And I welcome back Carlisle, who I hope would have thought out quite nicely. He went to get a bit of sun.
Yeah, it's extremely cold in the commentary box, but I went outside to get some of this very good Silkit sunshine and feel warm. And I can bring you back news that we have had our first half century of the tournament. Rashada Williams, she was out for 51. And so first half century of the tournament so far in the game at Warner Park.
As this one is pushed into the offside, and Sherry Fraser Fields, in fact, knocks it down, but cannot prevent a single. So, first half century coming up. Of course, this is only day one. Kishona Knight, she's on 36 with a good chance of getting to a half century also.
Give you some not so good news. Leeward's at one time 82 for 3, all out for 93.
Well, we would have said a while ago they were 90. They were, I think it was 90 for 7 wickets down a while ago, and they're all out now. That's a major collapse, Carlisle. As this one is true to the keeper as the batter attempts to cut. And Aline, of course, the captain of the Barbados team, she's at the crease right now. She's driving, but it goes up to middle. In fact, throw good off, and allows a run. That's Gajnabi, and allows the captain Aline to get off the mark. So 1 more to the score. So the defending champions, of course, Jamaica, doing fairly well. Carlisle, and Williams, who is the kept wicket for the West Indies, picking up a first half century of the tournament, driven to extra cover. Fraser Fields, no run. So over number 36, the last delivery, defended by Kishona Knight. Another 14 overs left, Carlisle, and it's just some 103 for 4. And the question is, what would be the approach of Barbados? In fact, it seemed as though they were looking to accelerate, but then they lost the wicket of Cumberbatch, who was bowled by Shanita Grimman for 21, with score 101. So, what, Carlisle, do you think would be the approach with the overs running out at this point?
Well, listen, if you're talking about overs running out, they have 14 overs to go. That's 60 odd balls.
Well, I think it's a little bit
80
more
odd
than that.
balls.
84, exactly.
So you're not worried too much about the score. Barbados would be looking to ensure that they bat the full complement of 50 overs. That's order number one. And if they can add another 60 runs to this, they would have done well.
Well, the key thing here for Barbados is that Kishona Knight is still out there. And she's set. And if she could bat all the way through, then it augurs well for Barbados. They should be able to get those 60-odd runs that you're speaking about. Of course, the projected target at the moment is 142 at the current weight, which remains low, 2.83. As this one is pushed down to square leg, it should get at least one. And it's now 104 for 4.
I tell you what, the partnership between Kishona Knight and Cumberbatch was an important partnership in that it lasted for a little less than 10 overs, but they added almost 50 runs.
He is a
The
good,
challenge is that Cumberbatch started to get a little ahead of herself and got a little bit ambitious. That one that she got out bowled would simply have been pushed back down the ground for a single.
yes, definitely. I think this has been one of the shortcomings of the Barbados team, as this one is punched to extra cover and she can't score. They have not picked up enough singles. They have not looked to work the gaps. They have not looked to push the ball around, take pace off, and perhaps pick up more singles. And as you rightly said, Cumberbatch could have simply pushed that one down the ground and picked up another single. So the over comes to an end. Over number 37 completed, 104 for 4.
And by the same token, you can look at it and say that, well, Kishona Knight has been there for 94 deliveries, but she has only picked up 36 runs, but there's 36 important runs. In that she has been there, she has helped to bring some stability to the inning. And let's see how she works for the other 13 overs that are left in this game.
Well, 13 important overs, and it would be very critical for to bat as deep as possible and perhaps look to accelerate towards the end. But here's a good shot. Played back over the bowler's head, and but just a single as it's fielded there on the long off boundary, and just one run. But the captain, Calendar, going aerial and just getting a run.
What might prove important here is that Millington is in a ninth over. So she apparently might be bowling out.
Yes, and they've been able to score a couple more runs. Here's a quick single, and she struck as the return from the keeper takes on the hand. And let's hope there's not too much damage. But interestingly, I'd like to have a look at that run again, Carlisle, to see if he's shown a Knight who seemed to have been struck on the hand. If she continued down the same pathway for that single,
There was no appeal.
certainly not none. Let's look at it again. Here she is.
No
No
deviation.
deviation.
No deviation. She
She
ran
kept
the
her
line.
course and was struck. So uh, she took one for a team, I would say. Struck on the hand and being given some attention. But it's 106 for 4. And we're in over number 38. Current rate 2.83. Ali in the captain season 3. And Kishona Knight, she has moved on to 37.
Projected score is showing 142. 1 point it was showing 100 and just a touch over 100. And so the partnership between Cumberbatch and Kishona Knight was an important one. Kishona Knight didn't bat, well, not Kishona. Cumberbatch didn't bat deep enough. You needed for somebody like her to be at the crease because she showed the ability to play the infield.
Oh, yes, certainly. And we're seeing teams being able to get in excess of 50, 60 runs in the last 5 overs or so. And wickets in hand, and as I said, Cumberbatch being able to play the infield. That was somewhat of a possibility for Barbados. And but they still do have a few wickets in hand, as this one is played past extra cover and it goes out towards the boundary, and they're back for 2. So Latchman getting perhaps a bad bounce that time. Well, seemed to have bounced over her hand. She seemed to have had it covered. And in the end, it was Gajnabi who had to move around to tidy up 2 runs to the Barbados captain. She's back and stays up to point. Can't beat a Mango this time. And she's kept on 5 from 9, 37 from 96 Kishore night. Millington. This one is played to mid-on. The over comes to an end. So Millington with just 1 over to go. And she has picked up 1 for 20 from her 9 overs. 108 for 4, 38 overs completed.
And the Guyanese have used some 7 bowlers. I really don't know if they needed to use all 7. But sometimes when you have a lot of bowling talent, you have this temptation to give everybody a try. But look at this. Schultz, for 3 overs, went for 20. And that is where the Guyana team eased up the pressure on Barbados. Latchman, for 3 overs, went for 8.
So on his dugout, it goes into the onside. Latchman, of course, is one of the key bowlers for Ghana. She bowled quite well last year. She was impressive with her leg spin. Schultz also bowled quite a bit for Ghana last year, but you're right. Sometimes too many bowlers, uh, you know, could, be to a disadvantage at times. Grimon, she's in her last over. This one is turned gently into the onside for a single.
Gajnabi sent down 5 overs for 11. Monisa, 4 overs for 12 runs. Latchman, as I said, 3 overs for 8 runs. Perhaps there wasn't a need for Schultz.
Schultz, no, she was expensive and she seemed to, have taken the pressure off when she came on. She, gave away a couple of boundaries. And sometimes, even though sometimes when the team has quite a number of bowlers, Carlisle, you must have the killer instinct, and you would have to realize what is working for you. And if there's no real need to bring a particular bowler into the attack, then you don't. As a quick single mistake near. And you do not bowl a bowler for bowling a bowler's sake.
Correct.
This is what would have happened to Guyana. They probably decided, well, these players normally bowl, so they shouldn't bowl. But how often we have seen some bowlers not being used in a game because it was not necessary to use them. As this one is pushed back up the trap to Shanita Grimman. The over comes to an end. Her spell comes to an end. And it's 110 for 4.
110 for 4. 11 overs left. And of those, Sherian Fraser, she has the possibility of 5. Gajnabi has 5 left. Munisa has 4 left. Latchman has 7 overs left. But there are only 11 overs left in the game.
Lots of overs to play around with. I see Sherian Fraser warming up at short mid wickets. This is, in fact, Millington's last over. She's driven up to Ghaznabi at wideish long off for a single. So, over number 40. And this has been good, though, in terms of the overweight, Carlisle.
Brilliant.
And the number of spinners, of course, coming from short runs would have accounted for that. Push gently into the onside, quick single.
That's a good single. Well taken.
So with that single, he's shown a night. He has gone on to 39. And I doubt she'll be looking to accelerate a bit. I know the number 40 driven, but back to the bowler. Conditions have been very pleasant, apart from the very strong breeze that has been blowing across the field. And I'm pretty certain the players would have enjoyed it out there, Carlisle. They would have kept them quite cool. 1-1, 12 for 4. And we might be in for some early finishes to the Carlisle. Driven nicely up to mid-on. Just a single. Fielded by Shanita Grimond. And the over comes to an end. And that's the end of Millington. She has bowled 10 overs, 1 for 23. So this has been a pretty good spell by her.
Very, very good effort here. And even better because Grimond picked up 1 for 17 from her 10. But Millington is the one who started with four consecutive maiden overs.
Yes, and that first spell was really good from Millington. Kept things very quiet. And as you rightly said, where the Guyana team might have gone wrong is when they probably opted to go for Schultz, who was very expensive. 3 overs yielding some 26 runs. But Barbados 113 for 3, they would be looking for a lot more. You might say, Carlisle, that there's some 60 balls left. They could get another 60 runs, and I think that would be a good total. That would be 173. He's looking to cut the captain. Misses, and through it goes to the keeper. Spin has been working well, though, for Guyana Carlisle, and would you have opted to go back to Shelley and Fraser?
Absolutely, yes. She's one of the senior players in the side and is a key bowler. You would want to have her bowling at the death.
So she comes in from the far end. And this one is driven in the air out towards mid-wicket, 4 runs. That one on the pads. Good shot there by Aline. Struck well, airborne, but struck away from many of the fielders and down to what could be described as a straightish mid-wicket for 4.
Badly lined delivery, though. Into the legs and easy for the captain to get 4 runs.
So the Aline might very well enjoy this good cricket here. Just pushing it gently into the onside for a quick single. So a boundary and then a single. And Barbados would be looking to do a lot more of this. So the score has now gone on to 118 for 4. Slight hold up as the fielder backward square gets into position. Short outside the off stump. The attempted cut shot there by Kishona Knight. Through it goes to the keeper. Now she opts to go around the wicket. Carlisle, you yourself being a medium pacer in your day, or having pretenses to be a medium pacer, would you have enjoyed bowling from this end, going uphill? Nice shot, 4 runs.
No.
Oh, in fact, no. Field is getting around, and they're back for the second run. But well played there by Kishona Knight, back over the bowler's head and picking up 2.
They made the change couple of deliveries before. Third man came up inside the circle and long on went back. So protection is there, which is affording her to bowl a fuller length.
So she comes in once more. Oh, the batter draws away. Perhaps not quite ready. The dead ball is signal. But Carl, I would have asked you that for a reason, though.
I tell you, I had no choice. I was the slower side of friendly. And so I would not have been given the choice as to end. The faster bowler would have been coming with the wind that is back, and I would have been told the whole thing from the other end. I would have had no choice.
Okay, so it definitely would have had to trundle upon us.
Absolutely.
And uh, signaling towards the scorers. And I've said that for a reason because from the far end, the wind is at the back of the bowler, Carlisle. Plus, they're coming more or less down the slope, as opposed to this end where they would have to go uphill. And so far, we have not seen any of the fast bowlers operate from this end. It has just been spinners.
Yeah, that would have been Lemmy. Lemuel Pemberton would have been coming with the wind at his back.
At his back. Some people say Lemmy had a bit of a suspect action. I know he was quite quick in his direct. Very. But some folks would have said that the action looked a bit suspect, but
No, he was clean.
he was clean. Okay. And you being an expert would have known, but they would talk. But I know he was a very quick, fast bowler. Short. And this one goes up to extra cover. Quick single, return. Goes past the stumps. The bowler is not need to back up. And the single in the end taken. But somehow I sense a bit more of an urgency from the Barbados batters, Carlisle.
And they would know that they're running out of overs, but there are 9 overs left, so there is no need to panic. They're still showing 121 for 4 with 9 overs left, so potentially Barbados can get well past 150. The projected score is showing 148, and they can get past 150.
They could get 200 runs, Carlisle.
I don't think so. Another game. Another game. No, if it were to do it, I would be pleasantly surprised.
Well, we know that, in modern cricket, but maybe in the male version, maybe even at international level, for some of the female games, there are teams capable of getting 10 runs for over towards the back end once they have batters in hand. This one is driven into the offside. We have a bowling change here. It's the vice captain Munisa who has come back into the attack. A single there to Kishona Knight. So she has moved on to 43. So possibility of getting a half century here to the Carlisle.
And she has batted well.
So it's the captain who's back on strike. So certainly they could get well up to 150, 160. And who knows?
That would be a good score.
Yeah, it certainly would be. Look at the palm tree really waving in that strong breeze. It's more of a wind than a breeze out there. Looked at the flags all day, Carlisle really fluttering in this stiff breeze. So Munusa once more steered towards third man. Straight to the fielder, no run. Check the score at the moment, 147. We have not seen a projection of up to 150 as yet. Quite the plane. Back to the ball and no run. So deep mid wicket, deep backward square, long on in place. And there's also a cover sweeping. Those are the fielders outside the circle, stay down to square leg for a run. But no signs of Aline attempting to go over the top. Aline certainly has remained seated throughout. He's using the feet, gets a good Yorker. Digs it out. That's a good one.
Very good one. Just 2 runs from the over, coming here from Munisa. And this again is something why I had to draw attention to that. It puzzles me why Munisa didn't come back in earlier and bowl more overs. So but she's bowling here now at the death. Her return over just cost 2 runs. And so it's 123 for the loss of four, 42 overs completed.
So another 8 overs to go. And of course, Fraser, she is going around the wicket to the right-handed Aline, who's on 13 from 23. She's swinging this one out towards mid-wicket, 4 runs. That's a very good shot.
The poor line. And I tell you why I, as the captain, couldn't agree with this line. Because she has brought the fine leg up inside the circle. She has sent the long on onto the boundary, and she's bowling leg side. Now, if she takes an inner edge, it's going to come down to us for four because there is no protection down in this boundary. Why not have a ball off stump line? You notice she has come around the wicket. She has come around the wicket and bowling into the pads. And for bad bowling, she has sent out additional protection on the onside and brought the third man up into the circle. I don't think this is good cricket at all.
Well, at this level, you shouldn't be setting field for bad bowling. In fact, you should be looking to tighten up. The leg two that previously was not a good one. It was a bit too short. Short again and worked into the onside. This one run away for four.
This is what I told you before. The line is dead. The cricket simply is not making sense from the Guyana point of view. But for Barbados, this is brilliant. It is affording them runs.
Consecutive boundaries being brought up there for Barbados. And really the scoreboard advancing in the right direction for Barbados.
No, as a West Indian player, you don't want to see this from Sherian. What you want to see, and as the captain, as an experienced captain, you say, listen, Sherian, you're going to go back over the wicket. Fine leg will go back down to long leg. That extra fielder on the onside will be on the offside, protecting the boundary. This is the line you're going to bowl for me. And if you can't do it, somebody else will bowl the ball.
Length
Leg side wide
is good, but the line is terrible outside the leg stump. And the thing about Sherian Fraser is that she is a T20 bowler. She has not played any one-day internationals for the West Indies as yet, but has been selected to play T20 cricket. So you would expect that she would have more control at the stage of the game.
She has gone back over the wicket now.
But again, too short. And this one is turned gently into the onside for a run. I think she has been guilty, though, of bowling a bit too short to the Carlisle.
10 in the over so far.
Barbados has really rushed up to 133. And now, for once, the projected score is showing close to 160. 157 is the projected score at the moment. So things looking good for Barbados at this point with 2 set batters at the crease. Aline is on 22 and he's an attempted swing.
She missed out.
And
He was there for the hitting.
So not a very good over so far by Sherian Fraser. She's in a 7th over, having conceded some 30 runs and has just picked up 1 wicket. She's back around the wicket, but this time to the left-handed Knight. shortish, pushed into the offside. A single. Damage, of course, being done with the first two deliveries of this over. And we had two consecutive boundaries. There was also a wide and two singles. So uh, without really breaking a sweat, Barbados has picked up some 11 runs in the over so far with one delivery to go. She's back over the wicket this time to the right-handed. Aline, who's on 22. Oh my goodness.
It's a no
That
ball.
one, it bounced twice.
It's more than once, so it's a no ball.
It really threatened the, and signaled to by the umpire, Brown, really threatened the throws.
And it's the first free hit for the inning.
Yes, so Carla, sometimes the experience doesn't really work. I mean, you would have said that she is probably the most experienced of the Guyanese bowlers, but she is not. Oh my goodness, it's short, lifting, and she gets out of it.
You have to understand you can have one day's experience seven times. It doesn't mean that you are a weak experience. And Cheyenne just does not look herself. She just looks ordinary.
Well, in the end, she finished the over well without conceding a run, but a very productive over there for Barbados. And they now stand at 135 for 4 with another 7 overs to go. And let's say they get at least 5 runs per over. That's another 35 runs. That's 170.
Correct. I think that should be the end of Cheyenne Fraser for this inning. She just does not look as if she will be able to continue a spell and contain the bowling. Contain the batting, sorry.
In fact, I should be Gary who should be taking over from me at the moment, Caroline.
Munisa continues from this league pavilion end. None for 15, and she's in a sixth over delivery, which is turned into the onside. And there is Fraser coming off the backward square boundary. They'll have a single. So Barbados didn't start very well. Lost the first wicket with the score on 4. With the score on 10, correction. Second wicket with the score on 12. Then it was 59 for 3, 101 for 4. So now 137 for 4. Knight. That's getting a good delivery. Monisar has been good so far. And it's played away into the offside. Knight is defending. Soft hands away into the offside. Gets a single. And she moves on to 45. It's 138 for 4. 46, in fact, with that single. Played into the offside, brings protection from the boundary. And so she'll get a single. Does Aline, moves her on to 24. Now we're in over number 44. It's 139 for 4. Knight is on 46. Defending away to extra cover. So it has been a very good recovery by Barbados, Gary. 139 for 4 after 44 overs.
Well, there's a good fifth wicket partnership developing between Knight and Cumberbatch. You have added some 38 runs in about 9.1 overs, so scoring just over 3 runs per over. So they're batting well, consolidating, and I'm sure in the last, if they stick around for the next 2 or 3 overs, we could see the scoring rate increasing.
And we've seen a change from the far end. Kashnabi has taken over from Cheyenne Fraser. Fraser 1 for 32 from her 7 overs. Last 2 overs were not impressive at all.
Her first 5 overs cost 13 runs, so those last 2 overs are very expensive. And that's why she has been taken out of the attack.
Slow delivery played into the offside. There is protection on the cover boundary. They're chasing back for a second, then they change their minds. And wise decision as well. So just a single. 140 for 4 in over number 45.
And they have used some 7 bowlers. So Sharon is not bowling well. She has enough bowlers to turn to
Absolutely.
complete the 50 overs.
Perhaps too many. Schultz was not good.
They have used some 7 bowlers so far.
Knight is on 46 and is facing up to Ghaznavi. She's driving into the onside. There's a fielder coming from long on, so they'll have a single. And she gets run number 47, Dusky Shona Knight. And the score moves to 141 for 4.
Jamaica 171 for 3 after 41 overs. Stephanie Taylor is not out on 33. And Jodianne Morgan, she's not out on 16.
Ghaznavi driving in the air. There's a fielder chasing, won't get there. And they'll get a single. So the score moves on with that single to Aline to take on to 26. It's 142 for 4. So good start to the title defense, Jamaica.
Yes,
with the bat.
certainly.
Knight is driving. Fielder is slow coming off the long on boundary, but they'll only get a single. And Kishona Knight will move to 48. It's 143 for 4 Barbados. 2 balls left in the 45th over. Aline is on 26 from her 32. And a short delivery played into the offside. Another single as the fielder comes off the cover boundary. And Aline will move to 27. Barbados 144 for 4.
And Leewards made 93 all out in the batted some 28 overs. Not a good start for the Leewards in this year's competition.
Delivery which is taking Knight on the pads as he's trying to swing it away into the onside. And at the end of the over, 5 singles coming from it. Ghaznavi, none for 16 from her 6 overs. Barbados 144 for 4. 45 overs gone.
5 overs remaining. Barbados are looking to get at least 25 runs. They get 25 runs that will take them up to 169. So they're looking to get 175, 180 runs with some 6 wickets in hand. And Kishona Knight, she's still there. She's on 48. I'm sure she would want to stay there for the remaining 5 overs.
Munisa will continue. She's none for 18 from 6 and is bowling to Aline. This one is given generous flight. She was coming down the track, made it into a full toss, but only got it as far as backward point, and they won't score. Here is Munisa once more. Drive in, finds extra cover. And this is good bowling by Munisa. She has been tight. Over the wicket, and she's dragging this one on the onside of the pitch is Aline. Won't score. So this is good, clever bowling by Munisa.
Yes, she didn't time that, and she was not using her feet as well. She stood there and just tried to swing it into the onside. So good start to the over for Guyana.
Now she's playing this one deliberately down to the vacant third man position, and it will run close to the boundary. They'll get a couple of runs, and so she will move to 29, Aline, and they score to 146 for the loss of 4. Just a little bit of woof given on that delivery. And she used it, Aline, to pick up a couple of runs to move her on to 29. Here is Munisar, given some flight, driven into the offside. There's a fielder running back from cover to backward point. Fumbles over in making the save. They'll get a couple. And Aline goes on to 31 and the score to 148 for 4. So she has been scoring briskly. 31 from 38, Aline. And has Monisa to bowl to her. And she's driving. Again, there is protection on that cover boundary. So they'll have just a single to bring up the end of the over. None for 23 from 7, Monisa. 5 runs from the over. And the Barbados moved to 149 for 4. 46 overs completed.
So 4 overs remaining, and Captain Aline is playing a captain's knock. She has scored some 32 from 39 runs, and Barbados scoring at just about 3.24 runs per over. Projected score 162, but they would want to get it up to 175, 180. Last year, the Guyanese only made 128, so the score of 149 will pose some challenge to the Guyana batting.
You suggested that they haven't gotten any better with the bat, Gary?
Well, we're just going based on what would have happened last year.
Okay.
So we'll see what Leeward's last year made 155 against Windies. They made 93 this time around.
Ghaznavi is bowling now to Aline, who gets another run. And the 150 has come up for Barbados in over number 47. 33 to Aline. And Kishona Knight is on 48 and comes up to take strike. Here is Ghaznavi and driven into the air firmly. There is a fielder on the long off boundary. That's Fraser. And they'll get a single. And so Kishona Knight moves on to 49. Here is Ghaznavi once more. Slow delivery. And this one is tucked into the onside. Finds long on. One more run to the score. 152 for the loss of 4. All the attention now is on Kishona Knight. She's on 49. And for this delivery from Ghaznavi, she's swinging into the onside. She'll get a half century because it brings the fielder from mid-wicket square. And so that's a well-played half century for Kishona Knight. And so she moves to 50 from 118. She has had to work hard, but she has put in the work and is on 50. Here is Ghaznavi and driven firmly down the ground to long on. She'll get a single. So 50 and 118 balls from Kishona Knight and 2 fours. Strike rate at 42.37. Some days it will be easier. She had to work for this one here today. Here's a delivery which is driving into the onside, finds mid-wicket and goes through mid-wicket. Very lackadaisical feeling there. And so 1 is turned into 2 and the score now goes to 156 for 4. 47 overs completed.
Yes, 3 overs remaining in the inning and 156. Kishona Knight, a well played 52 from 119 last year when these two teams met. She made 32 and faced some 83 balls. So she has the propensity to bat and bat long, and that's what you want. Even though it's a 50 over game, you still want to see the ladies spending some time in the middle, and that's what she has done. And that could only do her confidence a world of good.
3 overs left. And Gary, perhaps Latchman bowled too well. She sent down 3 overs for 8 runs. We haven't seen her again. Here is Monisa, and down the pitch
Lovely shot.
is Aline driving firmly and it is well fielded by the fielder coming off the long on boundary. And so she'll get a couple of runs that will take her on to 37, and it's 158 for 4.
Good shot, good straight hit, straight back over the ball ahead, but the fielder, real Liana Grimon, came around quickly and prevented what certainly could have been 4 runs.
Here is Monisa once more, and she's driving again past the fielder at mid-off, and it will have the legs to go over the boundary for 4 runs. We expected Ghaznavi to do a little bit better there. And it's 4 runs to Aline, who moves to 41.
Yeah, she was a bit slow in getting around. Maybe she thought that the bowler would have stopped it. She went a bit slow and he went past the bowler, and also she dived to her right, couldn't stop it, and went past and into the boundary for 4.
It's an excellent knock here by Aline. Here is Munisa to bowl to her once more, and she's driving straight to extra cover, and she won't score.
She has certainly played a captain's innings, 41 from 45, so scoring rapidly.
162 for 4. We're in over number 48. Here is Munisa, and driven into the offside. She won't score. Not sure when the Guyanese sit down and they look at the bowling attack, they will agree with the use of Lachman. It's a delivery which is defended to the bowler. No runs. Lachman, we remind you, sent down 3 overs for 8 runs and was not given another spell. Here is Munisa, and so the batter come in and pitched it wide. She played it well, though, out to cover, and they get a single. And so 8 overs by Munisa cost 29 runs, 7 runs in that over. And Barbados keep marching on. They're 163 for 4. The Shona Knight is on 52 from 119. Aline is on 42 from 48. And we see the pleasure of a flyby. I will say that saying hello to Gary.
So 2 overs remaining, 12 balls in the innings. They could get 15 runs, 175, but with the last delivery of that over, so excellent feeling by Lachman at extra cover. He could have gone into the boundary if it had gone past her. So good bit of feeling the last delivery of the last over.
Ghaznavi, and this one is played down to the fielder coming off the long on boundary, just a single. And the score moves to 164 for 4. Current run rate is at 3.40. And Barbados would be looking to pick up the scoring rate in these 11 legal deliveries that are left. Ghaznavi goes around the wicket to bowl to Knight, who is driving firmly. There is protection down at long on, and so they'll just have a single. 165 for 4. 48.2 overs bowled so far. Ghaznavi, once again, this time to Aline, who is hitting this one with the out of the ground for 6. It's the first 6 of the inning. Aline moves to 49, and the score moves up to 171. Aline is on 49. This is now to Ghaznavi, and she's driving into the offside, finds extra cover, and she won't score. 171 for 4. Good hit by Aline to take her to 49 from 51. Settles over her bat and has Ghaznavi to bowl to her. And she's playing it into the offside, down to the sweeper coming off the boundary. They're challenging for a second run. That's good running. It's a very good running. And it's also an excellent half century by Aline. She moves on to 51 from 52. That's exactly what Barbados needed.
Yes, certainly. An excellent knock from the captain. And she came out and she was really positive from the onset and has been able to bring up her half century from 52 deliveries. I thought the field and the boundary would be slow in coming in off the point boundary.
4 more. So when it's pulled into the onside, over the head of the fielder at straightish mid-wicket, down to the boundary for 4. And so Aliyah Aline has moved on to 55 and Barbados 177 for the loss of 4 and 1 over left.
Excellent over for Barbados, some 13 runs coming from that over. 1 over remaining, 177. So they're looking to get up to now, maybe we can extend it to 185, 190. And they're scoring at 3.61 runs per over. But an excellent knock by the captain, 55 from 53. So it means he's scoring at better than a run per ball and giving good support to Kishona Knight, who was slower and steady. She's on 53 from 120. And she has the opportunity to face the start of the last over. 6 balls remaining. They'll be looking to get at least 10 runs from this over.
And the partnership, Gary, 76 runs.
Excellent partnership for the 5th wicket.
Delivery, which is driven back down the track on the onside, fielded down at mid-on, and so it's a single. And Kishona Knight has moved on to 54 from 121. Aline is on 55 from 53. Has Munisa to bowl to her. She's advancing, playing it into the onside, down to the fielder coming off the long on boundary. Just a single. And so she moves to 56 and it's 180 for the loss of 4. 179 for 4, correction. Kishona Knight is on 54. And for this delivery, she's trying to pull it into the onside. Loud shout goes up. The finger of the umpire also goes up. And so Kishona Knight has gone for 54. And it took 121 balls, Gary. People are not going to remember that in the future. They will remember that she played a very valuable hand for Barbados when they were in trouble. And so another wicket for Guyana. It has come very late. It's a big total on the score. And so she has gone back for 54 LBW to Monisa.
They are looking to increase the run rate with the final over. And she was looking to swing it over mid wicket, missed it, was stuck on the pad. And the guy is picking up the 5th wicket, maybe a bit too late. They would have picked up the 4th wicket with a score of 101. At that point in time, they were hoping that they could have gone through and pick up a couple more wickets, but it was a very excellent partnership between the captain and Kishona Knight that took them up to 179. So a partnership of some 78 important runs.
We're in the final over. It's 179 for 5. Connell has come to the crease and is facing Monisa. She's driving at this delivery and it's going down to short third man. The umpire just looks at a counter, holds up 2 fingers to the umpire to say that there are 2 deliveries left in the inning. And so Connell is on the way. She's on 180 for the loss of 5. Here is Munisa. And charging is Aline. Plays it down to the fielder coming off the long off boundary. She'll get another run. And so Aline is on 56 from 54. And Connell will come up to take strike. 1 delivery left in the over. Barbados 181 for 5. And for this delivery, she's charging, missed by the keeper as well. They will go back for a second leg by. So we'll put that down as a miss-stumping. And so at the end, those 2 byes, Barbados will finish on 183 for 5. 50 overs completed. And so, Gary, that's a magnificent comeback by Barbados.
Excellent end to the innings for Barbados. As I said, they were 101 for 5 after some 34.5 overs. And after the 50 overs, they got up to 183. So it means they would have scored some 82 runs in the last 15.1 overs to take them up to 183. Excellent score. And I'm sure Barbados will be satisfied with the way things ended. I know in the early stages, Guyana were able to pick up some quick wickets after 24 overs. They were on 59 for 3. At that point, the Guyanese were been hoping to continue to pick up wickets. But then we saw it's a good partnership for the fourth wicket and then another excellent partnership for the fifth wicket, which took them up to 179, and they ended on 183. So a good finish to the Barbados total.
Very good finish. 27 to Trishan Holder, 21 to Cumberbatch. They were the other players to get into double figures, apart from Kishona Knight, who ended with 54, and Ali Aline, who ended 57, not out from a 55. And so 183 for the loss of 5 wickets. Wickets going to Grimon, who picked up 2, a wicket each to Fraser, Millington, and Munisa. Somebody will have to explain some point. Why is it that Latchman sent down 3 overs for 8 runs and never bowled again? So, Guyana will need 184 to win. We'll be back with you after lunch.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Connery. After lunch, we tell you that we have seen two deliveries, two wides have been delivered by Shamila Connell, and she's bowling to Mandy Mango. So the two openers for Guyana, Mango and Katana Mentor. So we tell you that the Barbados team in the battle, they got to 183 for 5, had some 19 extras, a top score of 57 coming from the captain. Aline struck 5 fours and a 1-6, and 54 to Kishona Knight, and she struck some 2 fours. So we're in the first over. So the Guyanese team would have to make 184 to win. And so we're in the first over. The first two deliveries were wides, delivered by Shamila Connell, wides down the onside. So they had 2 without loss in the first over here at Conway after lunch. Still excellent condition for cricket. And a delivery which is guided down to slip and dropping in front of the fielder at first slip. So for Cornell, we have a slip. There is a third man. There is a point cover, extra cover, and the mid-off. On the onside is a fielder down, and on the back of the square fence is also a straight mid wicket and a mid-on. So it is Mangu who is facing up from the estimated center end, Cornell. And so the Guyanese will want to get up to the 184 runs to win this game. And Barbados will want to prevent them from doing that. Barbados would have won the last 2 encounters. They won the last year by some 4 wickets. And that game was played in St. Paul's. So with that single, Mango is off the mark. She's on 1. And Katana Mentor is facing up to Connell from the media center end. So good delivery just on the off stump, and Mentor in behind it and pushed it down into the offside. So 1 delivery remaining in the first over of the Guyanese reply. Barbados 183 for 5. Griman had 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 17. Monisa 9 overs, 1 for 34. Delivery outside the off stump taken behind by the keeper, and appeal went up by Connell. But the ball beating the outside edge, taken behind. First over has been completed. The Guyanese in search of 184 to win. There are 3 without loss after 1 over. And they welcome back Earl Spin.
Well, good afternoon, Gary. Good afternoon, listeners. Quite interestingly, Connell starting from the media center end and going uphill, choosing to go uphill. Of course, she would be the most senior of the opening bowlers for Barbados. And we would have thought that she'd have bowled with the wind at the back. But starting from the media center end. And of course, a target of 184. The Guyanese would be looking to get a good start here this afternoon, coming up against Barbados, a Barbados team which should have won the tournament in 2023. In fact, they also would have won the T20 tournament that year, Gary. Jamaica, of course, winning the tournament last year.
Yes, so Barbados made a good start in terms of the batting, 183. So it's going to be Shanika Bruce from that far end. And the batsman, Mango, is looking to run it down to third man. She has to be careful, a bit too close for a shot. It could have very well taken the edge. And so she is facing up to Bruce from that far end.
Justin field set for Bruce. There's a deep mid-wicket back on the boundary, backward square on the boundary. Now we see that they're putting a third man in place and they're bringing the mid-wicket inside the circle. But so there's a square leg and there's a third man.
So Bruce comes up and she bowls to Mango side the off stump, taken low down by the keeper, Knight. That's Keisha Knight is the wicketkeeper for Barbados. And at first slip, we have Alisa Scandalberry. Then we have at backward point, we have Keela Elliott. They have a cover, an extra cover, and a mid-off. So Bruce is in the first over from the far end. So we'll get a single around the corner, delivering the leg stump. To wait for a signal if there's any signal from umpire from the far end. Signals from now. Leg by, so it should move on by one. And with that extra, total has gone on to 4 without loss. And the Guyanese team would have to get up to 184 men.
Yes, they certainly would have what would be considered to be a stiff target in these games. The Barbados attack, though, very dissimilar to that of the Guyanese.
So delivery outside the off now a bit too close for that shot. She has attempted a shot 2 times in the over, and she has to be careful. Too close to be playing that late shot to the offside. She has to be careful. Barbados wouldn't mind if we take an edge and taken behind by the keeper.
Of course, Barbados started with 2 fast bowlers. The captain herself is a fast bowler, Aline.
Similar shot, or similar delivery. So he has played it 3 times in a row and she has missed it all 3 occasions.
Good shot from Bruce, though. And perhaps thinking that, Mentor thinking that the shot is on, an opportunity for her to pick up some runs in the offside.
So it's 4 without loss. This one is right on the stumps. And she's behind it and pushed it down into the offside. And the over has been completed. Over number 2. It is 4 without loss, Guyana.
Well, I've just been given some news there by our producer. The match down in St. Paul's is long over. uh, uh, of course, Leeward scored 93.
93 runs.
And Windward's losing 2 wickets in pursuit of those paltry 93 runs. And very disappointing there for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, so the Windwards won by 8 wickets with 417 balls remaining. So easy victory for the Windwards. 94 for 2 in 13.2 overs.
St. Paul's, a good place to be working today, Gary.
Yes, early,
You're home,
early day.
you're home before lunch. That one was really short. Promised a lot when it started, but in the end, flattered to deceive.
Played square the wicket into the offside. You get at least a single. It goes into the boundary. Some footwork down on the boundary. Couldn't stop it. That's Bruce, it looked like, and it has gone into the boundary for 4 delivery. Outside the off stump, she played it square the wicket down towards the back of the point boundary for 4 runs.
It's a good shot. She would have opened the face of the bat. That's Mangi. And the ball was traveled rather quickly. So Bruce was just completed an over, trying some footwork, but missed it completely. And it beat her into the boundary, the third man boundary for 4.
So Connell will try once more from the immediate center end, taken behind by the keeper. So the Windwards making light work of the Leewards, 94 for 2 and 13.5 overs. Jamila Glasgow not out on 55, struck 11 fours. He faced just some 44 deliveries. Zeta James made 21 from 32 deliveries, 3 fours. And Athena Joseph made 2. She was LBW to Zara Claxton. And was a Liebert got the other wicket. So easy victory there for the Windwards. Delivery wide outside the off stump and not signal a wide by the umpire. So the total remains on 8 without loss. So the Leewards going down very easily, very comfortably to Windwards. I think last year the Leewards did miserably as well. They didn't win. They didn't won 1
Well, they threatened at times. They got a couple of times. They got within touching distance, but were unable to complete. I think they would have won a match in the 2020 series.
So he had Connery, another delivery outside the off stump wide, has been signaled this time by umpire Daniel. So extra moves on by 1. The total moves on by 1 to 9. So you don't know how much preparation the Leopards would have had coming into this match. I know they had a camp in Nevis,
Yes,
which
I think
for,
Carlisle could tell you a lot about the preparation.
for a couple of days, I think less than 2 weeks.
But let's put it this way: there's no female tournament, no female cricket being played in these parts. I know for certain none being played in St. Kitts Nevis, and I doubt if there's any female cricket being played in Antigua. So it's very difficult for these ladies coming into the sort of tournament, especially 50 over format.
So Cornell Boards are delivering the off stump. So we tell you that Jamaica 223 in 49.5 overs versus the TNT team. That game has been played at Warner Park.
That looks like a victory for Jamaica. TNT, not one of the stronger teams in the tournament either. I must apologize to my producer. Well, based on what I've seen last year, of course, they could have improved a lot over the year. But Jamaica, of course, defending champions, are putting up a good score.
Yes, the captain and wicketkeeper Rashad Williams made 51. Shadi Nation made 37. Stephanie Taylor, she made 49. Jodianne Morgan, 22. And Abigail Bryce, 8. Lena Scott made 5. Nisha Ann Wisdom, 7. Selena White made a duck. Ada Wilmot, 6. And Vanessa Watts White has been delivered by Bruce. So another extra to the total. It will go on to 10. So some 20 extras in the total of 223 all out in 49.5 overs. And the Red Force yet to respond.
Good thing about the innings for Jamaica that they almost made it to the 50 overs, which is good.
So Bruce and Barbados made it to the 50 overs, but they got up to a little less than the Jamaican would have scored. They got up to 183 from the 50 overs. And I'm sure they're thinking that that should be enough to win against the Guyanese team.
One of the things I would have said at the start, Gary, is that we would like to see teams batting for the 50 overs. And we have seen two teams virtually doing it. I mean, Jamaica falling short by just one delivery. And perhaps that might have been in an attempt to accelerate towards the end. So, good signs, teams batting deeper, and it augurs well for the tournament.
So Bruce to Mento into the offside. She got a single this time after the 8th delivery. And Shai the stumps at the far end. So one more to the total. It has gone on to 11. And Mento, she's off the mark. She's on 1.
Of course, Jamaica playing there without one of their better players, Chanel Henry, who is at the WIPL out there in India. Just the other day, she would have scored some 62 runs in record time, getting the joint fastest 50 in the WIPL.
Into the onside, a chance of a run out. The batsman was coming through. The batter was coming through. The return came and missed the stumps. If he would have struck it, he could have been in trouble. It was a delivery which went into the onside. It went through for a single with a bit of a hesitation. And the fielder came in. She picked it up on the arm. She might have been home. And she fell in the process, but the total moves on by 1.
I think that what Guyana would be looking for is to get a good start. At the moment, they're 12 for no loss, which would be much better than what the Barbados had. The Barbados would have lost their first wicket with the score on 10, second on 11. Oh, there we
So
go, Gary.
delivery outside the off stump, and the fielder has slipped, moving away to her left. Couldn't hold on to it. So singles to the total. They've gone on to
That should have
14.
been taken, Gary. I guess we'll have a look at it again.
So we're in over number 4, being bowled by Bose from the far end. And if you look at it on the monitor, going to the left of the field at slip. Delivery on the onside will be signaled a wide. So Scanterbury at slip a bit wide, and he went to her left and dropping. Maybe she thought the keeper would have gone after it, and she couldn't hold on to it.
Yes, not the easiest of chances, but nevertheless, in the air for some time and should have been taken.
So Bruce will try once more from that far end. This time, another wide delivery outside the off stump. Mango is not going to be interested. She just watches it go through. So Mango is on 6 from 14. And Katana Mentor, she's on 2 from 9. Currently going at 3.91. The required rate is 3.66. So Barbados had a very good 5th wicket partnership of some 78 runs between Captain Aline and Kishona Knight. And that took them up to 183. They lost the 4th wicket when the score was on 101, as that over has been completed over number 4, 15 without loss, Guyana.
Yes, Guyana, a fairly sedate start, but nevertheless, a better start than Barbados would have had. They scored 15 from some 4 overs, and they're going at over 3 runs per over, whereas the Barbados team for quite some time they were just going at over 1 run per over in the initial stage of the innings.
So Shamila Connell will continue from the media center end, and they'll get a single as the ball went down to the back of the square area from the inner portion of the bat. It was coming forward. So another single to the total takes it on to 16 without loss it over number 5. So it's Mango is on, she's on strike. Mentor is on 3 from 10. Mango is on 6 from 15. And Connell will continue from the media center end. So we have Asabi Calendar, she's at mid-off. We get another single, goes through for the first run. Maybe this should have come through quicker for the first one and try and put some pressure on the fielder who was deep on the back of the square fence, and they just ambled through for the run. So with that single, total has moved on to 17. But so you need to put pressure on the fielder because she was deep on the back of the square fence. The ball went slowly down just by the square leg umpire, and he just ambled through for the single.
Yeah, that most definitely.
So Connell will continue from the media center end. Is outside the off stump, a bit wide. Umpire Daniel is not interested in signaling a wide. As the batter is allowed to go through as Katana Mentor to be taken behind by the keeper. So the 2025 Sydney United Women's Super 50 Cup is well and truly on. One match has already been completed. If you're wondering, the Leewards went down by 8 wickets to the Windwards at St. Paul's. Delivery on the onside wide has been signaled, so another extra to the total. We have seen a number of wide deliveries being delivered by the Barbados bowlers, so they are not being on target as I'm sure they would like.
No, not showing control. An experienced bowler like Connell transgressing. And yes, of course, 183 runs are on the board, but there's no real hurry for the guy on the team. And if they bat properly, they can get these runs.
Well, we'll wait and see. Last year they only got up to 128 and they batted some 37.1 overs. And so Barbados at that time it got to the 129 in 41.1 overs or 42.1 as Connell goes over the wicket. And he's playing a square. The wicket goes down to the back of the point area. It's not down, kept in front of her and prevent any possibility of a run. So a much better line, much better length. But on the off stump, you have four fielders on the offside from point down to mid off. So you want to ensure that you bowl to your field.
Yes, a much better line, a bit on the short side though.
Connell will bowl once more, and Kitana just pushed it back on the strip. Seemed to have been a bit disappointed that she didn't get it on the onside. The over has been completed, over number 518 without loss. The Guyana team.
Yes, sir. In 2023, you did mention the fact that Guyana got 128 last year. The previous year, they would have only gotten as far as 121 in 2023, that is. And Barbados would have knocked that off for the loss of 1 wicket. So Guyana, I'm pretty certain, will be looking to do a lot better in this year's tournament.
So Bruce will continue from that far end. Full delivery, chip in the air over the forward square region. It will go into the boundary for four. A full delivery, and Mango made full use of it, played it over forward square down towards the boundary for four.
Yes, a poor delivery. Full on the bat. That's a gimme ball. That's a free hit, virtually. And she played it in the air. The mid-wicket region is vacant. It's just, well, there's a short mid-wicket. Now we see some ball following tactics. Third man being brought in. That looks like Dean, who goes into short third man, and mid-wicket is being set. But that was a poor delivery. That was a full toss.
I think there was no need to change the field. A bad delivery, you don't set field for bad bowling. You send a fielder down on the mid-wicket fence. So what if you bowl a full delivery and the offside is driven through the cover for four? You're going to put a fielder down in the cover boundary?
As I said, ball following, but the bowler should be thinking of doing better.
She bowled a delivery on the leg stump, pitched up, and just pushed it down into the onside. So there's a big gap between. There's a fielder there's a mid on, then there's straight mid wicket, then there's a mid wicket or a forward square on the fence, then there is a backward square, and there's no one from backward square down to fine leg. So you have to bowl on the off stump line. You cannot stray on the legs of the batter Mango, who is on 11 from 18. On the onside is coming down towards the same vacant fine leg area. It's running close to the boundary. Cornell has some running to do. The ball will stop inside the ropes, about 2 meters inside, and they're able to come back for 2 runs. So a delivery on the leg stump, unfortunately for her, it didn't really get pat on it. Came off the pad, and they were able to pick up 2 runs.
Not a poorly line delivery there from Bruce. She's all over the shop. And lucky not to be put away for 4. Had Mango gotten baton to that, it would have raced away.
So Bruce continue from that far end. Delivery on the offside, driven square wicket, lovely shot. It will not go into the boundary, it will stop just inside the ropes, and the fielder has pulled it back, and the batsman are able to cross for 2 runs. So as Erin Dean ran it down towards the back of the point area, and they were able to get 2 runs. So 26 without loss in over number 6.
Not over pitch delivery, and well played there by Mango, just opening the face and steering it down towards third man. That side of the field appears to be a bit sluggish though. So that one didn't really make its way to the boundary.
So the delivery kept a bit low, taken on the bounce by the keeper. So we require another 158 from 266 balls. So some 8 runs have come so far in this over from Shanika Bruce. She's in her 3rd over, 1 delivery remaining. 14 runs have been scored off her bowling so far. And Mango getting a delivery on the leg stump, just turn it into the onside to bring up the end of over number 6, 26 without loss. 8 runs coming from that over.
Yes, an expensive over there by Bruce. She's all over the place, all over the shop. Not showing good control, not bowling good lines and good length. And she would need to tighten up a bit if she's going to continue. And while in the meantime, though, the Guyana team, they've started quite well. This has been a solid start. 26 runs in the 6 overs so far. So not a bad start by any means. This is what they would be hoping for. They would not like to be losing too many early wickets.
So Cornell will continue from the media center end, looking to get an early wicket, but the Guyana team preventing that so far. 26 runs have been scored in 6 overs, and Cornell is in her 4th over, none for 11. So the Guyanese will be hoping that they can get a good opening partnership, and they're presently scoring better than the Barbados did at the start of the innings. Delivering the leg stump taken on the pad, on the peel. But from this vantage point, might have been going down the onside, but it was a confident field from the keeper and the field at first slip. But umpire Daniel is on move.
Rather hopeful there from the Barbados team.
So it's 26 without loss. That is in over number 7. Currently going at 4.11 runs per over. Katana is on 3 from 16. Mango doing the bulk of his scoring. She's on 15. Square of the wicket goes bouncing down to put a point. And there is no run. The fielder at back with a point looked like Keeler Elliott.
Mentor seems to play that shot well. That's sort of half a cut, half a drive shot into the offside, but she has not been finding the gap. She has been playing it straight to the fielders. She certainly has timed it well. In fact, we see some adjustment being made to the field. The slip is being taken out. Cover is being, in fact, it looks like the captain herself going back to deep cover. And Scantlebury, she goes to short extra cover. So it's a very strong offside field. Deep backward square has been brought up to an orthodox square-like position. And a very strong offside field.
Connell goes up balls to Mentor. He's got a delivery to place it into the offside. And there is no chance of runs there. All of 6 fielders on the onside. There's a third man. There's a point. There's a cover. There's a cover deep on the boundary. There's an extra cover. And a middle. So heavily packed offside field. There's 3 fielders on the onside. And this delivery is played into the onside, down towards the mid-wicket area. Over is completed. There's Erin Dean at a straightish mid-wicket. So there's still a delivery remaining. So a tight over so far from Connell. 5 deliveries and no runs have been scored. So she will continue from the media center end. And down into the chance of run out. Return goes down towards the far and she will be out, run out. But Moore has given her hands away, pushed it into the offside. She was looking for the single. Mango was not interested. She went halfway down the pitch. The fielder came around as Scantlebury picked it up and just lobbed the return down to the keeper. And Mango and Mentor, has been out, run out. And the Guyanese team losing the first wicket, not the way they would have wanted to lose a wicket if they were going to lose a wicket.
Well, Mentor committing suicide. Ball played straight to the fielder. Going at a fairly good clip. And just charging down the wicket. Looking for an non-existent single. I think if Mango had left her ground, she would not have made it halfway down. So, really committing suicide that time, Mentor.
So, not a bad bit of judgment by Mentor. So, the new batter for the Guyanese team, Williana Grimond, she has replaced Mentor, and the total 26 without loss.
So, having a good start. In fact, 26 for 1, a very good start. And now committing suicide. No need for that suicidal run.
So it seems as though there's a change of bowling at the far end. That's the captain. Aline has come into the attack. Bruce has been replaced, and
It's surprising though. She has been all over the shop, bowling to short, bowling to full, bowling down the leg side.
so Ali will come down to bowl to Mangrove side of them. And what did it go through? So the scoring at 3.71 runs per over. Barbados made 283 when they batted, a top score of 57 coming from the captain, and she did it in quick time, 57 from some 55 balls. And then Kishona Knight made 54 from 122 deliveries. She had 19 extras, and they will get a single as the ball went down into the short third man area. Bye has been signaled. So extras moves on by one with that single. Total has gone on to 27 for one. Batsman just out. Katana Mentor run out. And I'm sure she'll be very disappointed that she would have given her hands away. But Barbados, on the other hand, will be happy that they would have been able to break the partnership, get the first wicket, and get it pretty early. They still need 157 runs in all of 256 balls.
Captain Ali has played 37 one-day international for the West Indies and has picked up some 26 wickets, best bowling of 3 for 24. So, an international player coming into the attack for first over.
So she did well when she batted, and she knows what you want to do well with the ball as well.
Yes, he did, certainly did well.
She's in the first over, placed in Bruce from the far end. So Grimman got over 17. Monisar 1 for 34. Millington 1 for 23. And Fraser 1 for 32. They had a good opening partnership in terms of the bowling. That's the Guyanese bowlers. And the delivery outside the off stump where Liana Grimman was looking to play to secure the wicket. Taken low down by the keeper. Barbados in the end were able to get up to 183 for 5 wickets. And a very good fifth wicket partnership between the captain and Kishona Knight. And Guyanese reply is 27 for 1. The batsman out, Mentor run out. And the delivery two wide outside the off stump to tempt the batsman, the new batter, Williana Grimond. And she just wanted to go through to be taken behind by the keeper.
Obviously, the Barbados team, they're bowling to a plan. They're bowling just outside off stump. The field set is predominantly for an offside line. So the keeper now going up to the stumps.
So Grimond facing up to Alina, delivery out off the outer portion of the mat, jumping in front and to the right of Scanterbury. A slip, she did well to stop it, and the over has been completed. So first over from the captain has come to an end, 27 for 1 after 8.
Yes, made over there from the captain, but not really troubling the batsman too much, apart from the one that took the outer portion of the bat and went down towards slip. I thought, though, that she was a bit on the short side, but what she did do very well in that over was to maintain that line just outside the off stump and asking the batsman to go after it. Not really an attacking line, I would say, but one which, of course, would a bit of pressure on the batsman to go for a rash shot.
Connell has been given another over. It's her fifth over. Bowling to Mango. Mango is on 15 from 24. So she'd want to spend some time in the middle, just as Kishona Knight did. She batted for 122 balls, placed some, and she made 54. So she wanted to spend some time in the middle and try and get some support from the other end. The present scoring at 3.31 runs per over. So Guyana would want to consolidate and see if they can get a good partnership for the second wicket. Barbados would have lost the second wicket on 11 after 6.2 overs. So the Barbados team was scoring slow in the first part of the innings, but then they ended well. In over number 9 is 27 for 1 Guyana. They'll be making some height outside the off stump. The batter probably just dropped her hand, allowed the go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So Connell has been given an extended spell here, 5 overs.
Yes, and she seemed to have lost a bit of a pace. She has been around for quite some time for the West Indies. In fact, she would have played some 72 one-day international uh, and women's international exactly, and would have picked up some 50 wickets with best of 4 for 54. But she was one of the quicker bowlers in the Caribbean, but her pace seemed to have tapered off a bit over the last couple of years.
I guess as you move on in age, you try to probably look for more line and length.
She's 32.
He's getting in the 30s or 32. I guess she has been around for some time as well. So probably she's just looking to bowl more line and length, deliver some height and some pace with that delivery. Just outside the off stump, probably put some more effort into that delivery. Maybe she heard you.
Right on cue.
And taken behind by keeper Kesia Knight. Just outside the off stump. So she's in a 5th over. Looking to get a wicket. As the experienced campaigner for the Barbados team. And deliveries played it, square the wicket down into the onside. Over has been completed. Over number 9. And the Guyanese team in search of 484 for victory at 27 for 1.
Yes, so not a bad over there not a bad over at all by Connell. And she continues to keep things tight. So one very good delivery, which was a bit quicker than the previous deliveries, and in fact, probably the quickest delivery she would have bowled. Delivery which extracted some bounce from the track also, and perhaps Connell might be rested a bit after some 5 overs, and see the captain will continue from the far end.
And she'll be bowling to Grimon, Williana Grimon. She nodded off the mark. She has faced some 4 deliveries. And she's looking to drive a delivery, which closer to the off stump. Missed it. Taken behind by the keeper. So the scoring rate is dropping ever so slightly. They need another 157 runs in 245 balls. So they scoring at 0.95 runs per over.
Who was the guilty party? She's the one who was guilty of bowling quite loosely.
So Ali and the captain of the Barbados team bowling a good line, good length on the off stump. And Grimon just had to push it down into the offside. So Barbados will want to continue to keep things tight to pick up wickets. And Guyana will be hoping that they can get a good partnership, hoping that they can prevent the Barbados bowlers from bowling too many dot balls. They have seen 2 already in this over. The captain is in a 2nd over from that far end. First over was a maiden. Believe outside the off stump, and the batsman Grimon is not going to be interested in that. She allowed it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. You want to get it a little closer to the off stump, make the batsman play, have a slip, and you would have gotten an edge previously and drop in to the left and of the field at the first slip. But you want to make the batsman play most of the time. And she will continue from that far end in good conditions here at Canary. It goes bouncing down to the cover area. And Shauna Knight is the fielder. She feels, and there is no chance of a run.
That one was fuller and on the stumps, Gary. Perhaps trying something different.
So 4 deliveries, 4 dot balls from the captain, and she has been keeping things tight. And bowling a delivery right on the stumps, and the battered Gumon just pushed it back on the strip. So 1 delivery remaining in the over. So after this over, you'll be hearing the voice of Carlisle Powell, and the Guyanese team need 184 runs to win, as Aline from the far end, and this Grimani is pushing down into the outside to bring up the end of over number 10. At the end of it, the Guyanese team in search of 184 for victory. They are 27 for 1.
So 10 overs completed by Barbados, and target, of course, 184. Guyana, if they are to win this one, Barbados, of course, would be looking to pick up some 10 wickets. I think if this one goes right down to the 50 overs, Guyana would win this one. But you'll never know. But certainly Guyana would be hoping that they could get a good partnership going here. As Connell will continue. This is, in fact, sixth over. And good afternoon, Carlisle. I know you would have had a good lunch and ready to go again.
Excellent food provided by the crew here at Connery, and they never ever disappoint.
Oh, no wonder you enjoy coming to Connery for cricket. Canelo continues. And this one is played square of the wicket by Mango. And she can't score. But Carla, your girl's going down quite easily in St. Paul's.
Very easily. I watched them hearing.
Tempted, slash to the offside, missed by Mango and to the keeper.
Not only watched them preparing, I helped to organize a practice match, and I shared my concerns with the management and coaching staff. And some of the girls are simply not making the kind of progress that you expect year on year.
Oh, this is another good one. Lipton just outside the off stump, or perhaps over the off bail, and going through to the keeper.
Would it be fair to say that the batters have missed about 80% of the deliveries they've played at?
Yes,
Maybe higher.
You're correct. We're probably higher. But what I've noticed over the years of Carlisle is that the Leeward Island girls, they have gotten better. They have been more competitive the more they play. And as I was saying earlier on, there's no female cricket organized around these parts. So one wonders if that's part of the problem. This is a easy single out to point by Mango.
That would just be a small part of the problem, Smithen. Listen, there was a camp in December. I would imagine, as somebody who has managed at the first class level for 4 seasons, that the young ladies would have been sent back to their various territories with plans given to them by the coaches. So you expect them to follow this plan for fitness.
Not a good delivery, short of a good length, lifting. And really, Anna Grimond was playing at and missing and through to the keeper.
You would also expect that the bowlers would be doing target bowling. So you must be able to hit the spot on the pitch with regularity. When I looked at the girls in training in Nevis, they looked to me about 3 months short of where you wanted them to be. I mean, last week, I'm not talking about.
I know, last week, yes.
So if they were 3 months short of where I, as a head coach or manager, would have wanted them to be, it means that they were way short. They played against the under 15 boys teams in Nevis and lost.
What was the scores like, though? As this one is missed outside the off stump and they continue to miss Carlisle.
I'll have to go back and check for the scores. Mind you, the under 15s the team is coached by Stuart Williams, who has done a very good job of getting them ready and prepared to play.
Yeah. So that in itself is a bit of a disadvantage. But it's the captain who is driven into the offside by Mango. She can't score.
Not necessarily, girl. These girls are professionals. For this tournament, they're paid.
Well, you're right. They're professionals. There's no no doubt about that. And, when you're paid, performance is key. But they would have had some addition to the team. They would have had Kiana Joseph coming into the team, an international player who has done fairly well on the international circuit for the West Indies in the recent past. She did not get off today, did not get a good score. But this one is turned into the onside. And, she can't score once more. But, that seems to be one of the shortcomings of West Indies cricket, though, Carlisle. The fact that most of the teams are top heavy. Even the senior women's female team, it's very top heavy. You find that the brunt of the work is being carried by the captain, Haley Matthews. A swing and a miss at one outside the off stump there by Mango. She certainly seems to be bogged down quite a bit right now. 16 runs now have come from some 40 deliveries. And as you look around some of the teams here, well, Jamaica is doing quite well. They had a good score, 220 plus, but is 220 plus still a very good score for this tournament? And we could easily say that is a winning score. But when you look at some of the other international teams are racking up female teams that is in 50 over tournament. They're racking up 300 runs and big 200 plus. That's the female teams. That is. So is that a good benchmark for our players here in the Caribbean?
But you're talking international, so you'd have to talk international as in West Indies. This is a regional tournament, and that 220 odd runs made by Jamaica is a good score for this tournament. This 183 runs made by Barbados is a good score.
Yeah, but don't we need to set our benchmark a little higher, though?
That's all right. You can set the benchmark way higher, and doesn't mean that you're going to get there at this level. What you have to do, and until you can tell me that we are playing secondary school cricket, we're doing activities to promote the development of women in cricket, so that you can have people coming through to replace the old players. We're going to have problems. When you look at the tournament this year and you tell me that the 42-year-old is returning and that Anisa Mohammed is returning, it says that we probably are not doing enough to find young replacement players.
Afi Fletcher is 37. She's still playing. Oh, this is a good one. It really.
And she's
John
bowling well.
That's Cumberbatch. Cumberbatch replacing Connell from the media center end. Yes, he's certainly doing well. This one is banged into the offside up towards cover. Connell is there. She feels a single only to Grimond. We need to Grimond. Yeah, so, and quite a number of our best players, they are into the 30s now. So, in other words, you could say some of the better players in the Caribbean, they are aging. And as you rightly said, I mean, where are the replacements coming from? Shemaine Campbell, the captain of the Guyanese team, she's already 32. She's been around for quite some time. Swan, she's getting a bit of turn here. Cumberbatch in the first over. So this one is played down to point, slightly back out of point, and it's fielded, and there's no run. So what we are saying effectively is that our cricket is not really advancing the way as she's getting some runs here down towards third man, back for the second run, and in fact 4 runs. Well, that's interesting.
Reverse sweeping as well.
Yes, she was reverse sweeping, but well, I don't have my glasses on, and that I have to look a bit uphill. That actually got over the ropes. We'll have a look at it again. Yeah, so 4 runs. So yes, Carlisle, perhaps one of the things I've noticed to Carlisle is that women cricket is being played in Warner Park, at St. Paul's, here at Connery. I've never really seen any schools make an attempt to bring some girls in to look at the game. And you would have thought that, you know, someone in the Ministry of Sports, would have put something in place or try to put something in place as they're getting a run here. Looks like it might have come from pad. And it's signaled now, just a single to the score. So the question is, how are we developing female cricket in the Caribbean? How are we developing female cricket in St. Kitts, for example? This is the third year this tournament is being held in St. Kitts. Outside the off stumps, plays that and misses. So it goes to Icy and Knight. And you would figure with this tournament coming year after year, more effort would have been made to get more females involved in the game here and perhaps carrying it into the schools. This one is driven up to mid-off on a run. Just like to remind listeners that this is a professional league. The players are being paid. So there's adequate reward out there for female players. So certainly some incentive to play the game. Flicked into the onside down towards Longwell Wicket here. Beats Connell moving around to a right and 4 runs. So the first boundary for quite some time.
Badly lined too. That was too straight into the body, and the fielder was down at backward square, and so that position from backward square all the way around straight was vacant. Now they have sent somebody back on the fine leg boundary.
Seem to have the tendency to follow the ball, follow the ball. Barbados. So needs a better line delivery and played into the offside for a single. One would have thought that rather than sending that person down to the fine leg boundary, she would have made an attempt to adjust the line. And they tell you that cricket is a patience game, and the captain Aline, she started her line. When she started, she was just on about off or just outside off, and the batters were not getting runs. Now she bowls a wide delivery, wide of the off stump, and the wide is signal. And she seemed to have lost patience a bit and strayed a bit on the legs of the batters and paying the price. But Carlisle, it still looks a good pitch to bat on. Back to Aline on the bounce. He plucks it from the air. The over comes to an end. At the end of that over 40 for 1. So 14 overs completed and 40 for 1. And this has been a much better start compared to Barbados by the Guyanese team. Guyana would have lost 2 wickets when their score was on 11, and then they would have recovered a bit. They would have had a partnership of some 49 runs between Holder and Kishona Knight. And they, in fact, brought about a bit of a recovery for the Barbados team.
Guyana still slightly ahead of where Barbados were at this stage.
Yeah, most definitely. And not only in terms of runs, but wickets. This is forced out towards cover for a single by Mangroom. So, one more to the score, 41 for 1. So it's Cumberbatch. This one is poor delivery down the leg side. And that's a wide signal by the umpire. Oh, this is full pitch. In fact, a no ball is being signaled immediately by the umpire. They're back for the second run as it was pulled into the onside. And let's see. I thought I saw that hand going out for one moment, but she seemed to have pulled it back.
Square leg indicated that it was below the level of the waist. I was looking at square leg.
Okay. And this one is defended.
I think the standing umpire maybe
Yes,
had her hand out, but square leg indicated no.
she did momentarily yes, put her hand out. Yes, the standing umpire. So short, and this one is pulled into the onside. Could go away for 4. It does. So losing the plot a bit from the match, bowling too short and bowling on the leg stump and being swung away for 4. And that, of course, is a very good shot there by Grimond. Brings up a first boundary. Now it's 48 for 1. And certainly the start is blossoming. It's looking better and better for Guyana. 48 for 1. We're in over number 15. Cumberbatch once more. This one is pushed up to extra cover. It's fielded by Holder. There's no run. Short again and pulled away up to mid wicket this time. Just a single. So Cumberbatch guilty of going a bit too short. And Barbados 49. Barbados struggling a bit with Guyana 49 for 1. 15 overs completed.
I think you need to see a little bit more patience from the Barbados bowling unit, in that they seem to be rushing it a little bit and dragging down the deliveries, and that could account for the short balls which we saw bowled in that over by Cumberbatch. And then the Aline seems to be getting a little bit impatient to searching for wickets. In cricket, sometimes you have to be patient. You gotta be patient.
Yes, I would have said earlier that she started by bowling an off stump, just outside the off stump line, and then, as you rightly said, she seemed to have gotten a bit impatient and then tried to bowl a bit too straight and paid for that. She comes in once more. This one is on the pads. She's appealing, and in the end, an easy single.
Grimond fell asleep though, because that one hit her on the pad, and she just stood up while her batting partner had already covered half of the length of the pitch, and it went into a vacant backward square position, very easy single. So her partner had to shout out of her doziness.
Definitely. Mango is in strike now. And she's taking on the pad also.
Leg side again. We were talking about programs to help the young ladies, and the Republic Bank has sponsored a Fight for Fun tournament. I don't know if you have been involved in that, if you've seen any of that,
No,
but
I'm
St.
not.
Kitts and Nevis are involved. I'll tell you about it during the course of this over.
So the captain, Aline, she's in a fifth over, just conceding some 6 runs outside the off stump, and uh, here is Mango just dabbing at that one and missing and going through to Kaisian Knight.
So Fight for Fun is a program where each team is made up of eight, five on the field, and the five on the field must include two young girls. And this is primary school cricket we're talking about.
As an aircraft goes away, leaving the Robert Llewellyn Batchers uh, airport.
Matter of fact, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, I'm going to ask you and Gary to hold on for about 20 minutes because I have to attend one of those virtual Fight for Fun meetings. We're setting up for 2025. The competition will be starting very soon. So the West Indies board, they execute the program, sponsorship provided by Republic Bank, and it's played among all the primary schools in Nevis and those in St. Kitts as well. And then Nevis and St. Kitts would meet to have a playoff as well, determine the winners. Happy to tell you that Nevis has won the last 2 years.
Okay. I know you would be more than happy to tell me that. But I take no offense on that because you know where I'm from.
I should also tell you that the four teams from Nevis made it into the semifinals.
In semi-finals. But we'd have some more on that. But in the meantime and in between time, the players are going to have a drinks break, and we are going to take the opportunity to have a drinks break also.
Welcome back. The players have been refreshed and we're ready to restart. And at the drinks break, we see that Guyana are 50 for the loss of one. It's a wide delivery right after the break. And it's Erin Dean who is into the attack. Was up now, and for this delivery, it's short, played away into the offside. They won't score. So, Gary, interesting comparison at drinks 50 for 1, Mangro is 26, and Grimond is on 8. At the drinks break, Barbados was 34 for the loss of 2.
Yes, so based on that information, Guyana will be happy with their position.
And there is only 1 over the difference. Guyana had faced up to 16 overs, and Barbados had faced 17 overs. So it's if you're in the shoes of Guyana, you would not be too worried. Delivery, which is pitch wide, going even further, wide from green. And so that's a second wide in the over. Here is Dean once again. And this delivery, she's just defending. Back down the track is Rolina Grimond. And Guyana 52 for 1. Dean gets closer to the stumps this time, bowls a good delivery, and they won't score. So I'm searching the hills above us, Gary, because at afternoons you normally see some goats. I haven't seen any yet. Here is Dean, bowls a short delivery, which is played into the offside. There is protection coming off the cover boundary, and they'll have a single. So Rolina Gromond moves on to 9, and it's 53 for 1.
Well, we had curry goat for lunch, or you had
We
curry
did
goat
have,
for
I
lunch,
had
so maybe
goat for lunch. I'm wondering if they killed one of my friends. Here is Dean once again. And for this delivery, she's hitting and missing again, Mangro. And she has done this so many times that we can have a recording. Drummond is on 9. Mangro is on 26. It's 53 for 1. 17 overs completed.
2 runs coming out that over, including 2 wides. And so the Barbados team will be looking to tighten up things and try to pick up some wickets. On the other hand, Guyana will be hoping that these two can continue to bat and bat well. Mango has been there for some time. She's on 26 from 56. She is a set batter, and she would want to play a long innings for the Guyana team.
And Mangro and Drummond continue to bat. I tell you, Gary, Guyana at this stage are 19 runs better off. Bruce is bowling from the far end, starts with the delivery down the leg side, which is called and signaled wide by the umpire. And so the extras continue to mount. Guyana need 130 runs in 198 balls, is it? So 130 in 198 balls. Okay. So the umpire has recalled the signal for wide. They'll be convinced that it touched something. And so we'll walk back the score by 1. Here is delivery, which is played away into the offside, and they won't score. No players nowadays are great campaigners. Maybe somebody indicated to the umpire, but she touched it. Here is a full pitch delivery. She's not moving her feet, driving and missing.
So it must have been the bowler, because the bowler wouldn't want a wide to be going to her bowling.
Bruce Was a short delivery which is played into the offside. They won't score because mid-off is making good ground around to her left. This one is on the pads, played down to mid-wicket straight. And the mid-on is coming across to her right and in and won't score. So it has been 5 dot balls in the over so far. Bruce looking to finish good. And this one is shot wide. And it's now called and signaled wide by the umpire. And so 1 run in the over so far. Grimond is on 9. And she's defending. End of the over. Good over in the circumstances. Just a single from that. And the score is on 54 for 1. And Barbados continue to search for wickets.
And at the same time, though, they're also keeping things tight in the game versus Jamaica versus Trinidad. Trinidad in response, they have 45 without loss after 14 overs. Janaba Joseph, she's on 31. And Chanel Saw, she is on 9. So the Trinidad and Tobago team making a good start.
Correct. Dean bowls the delivery which is cut away into the offside and they won't score. So one fielder protecting the cover boundary as the delivery is flighted in the air. She's out caught. It was wide. It was tempting the shot. And there was Mangro just flashing at this delivery and playing it straight to the fielder at backward point. And so Erin Dean has picked up a wicket in his second over. Mangro has gone for 26 from 57 and Guyana 54 for the loss of 2.
So a good wicket there for the Barbados team, picking up their second wicket. Mango, who has been there for some time, has been out, and she made 26. She would have faced 58 balls, and the second wicket now going down at 54. So the Barbados team continue to keep things tight, and now they have picked up a wicket, which means that they will put some pressure on the new batters or the new batter for Guyana. Barbados made 183. That's a good total, and certainly will put some pressure on Guyana. The captain, Campbell, has now come to the middle. She would have to play a captain's knock, just as Aline did for Barbados.
Mangro wasn't very effective for Guyana. She chased at some wide deliveries, played and missed countless times. And when she was teased by Dean with a wide delivery, played it straight to the fielder at backward point. And so Campbell has come to the crease. It's 54 for 2 in over number 19. And Dean continues from wider on the crease. This one is played away to the fielder at backward point, bouncing to her, and so they won't score.
It looked like Keela Elliott at backward point. She would have taken the catch.
No runs in the over so far. And the wicket off the second delivery. Dean for Barbados, given this one generous flight. And Campbell is driving down to the field at mid-off. Still no runs. 54 for 2, Guyana. And just one delivery left in over number 19. Campbell is on strike. She's none from her 3 deliveries so far. Gets one which is shorter, driven down the track, and misfielded by the fielder at mid-on, but they'll only have a single, as there was good coverage by the fielder coming across from mid-off. And so 1 run to end the over, just to run in that over and the wicket. And so 55 for the loss of 2, 19 overs gone. Renina Grimond is on 9 from 32, and Charmaine Campbell is on 1 from 4.
A good over there for Barbados. They got the wicket of Mango and they were able to the Guyanese team were able to just score a single of that over. So exactly what the management and the captain of the Barbados team would have been hoping for, to break that partnership and to keep things tight. So Guyana presently scoring at 2.89 runs per over. So they need another 129 runs in 31 overs.
Change of bowling from the far end. Same bowler. Oh, Campbell has just come to the crease, so she's been told that she's bowling over the wicket and she's driving inside, edging this one into the pads. Goes away into the offside and they still won't score. Shanika Bruce is bowling to Campbell, short delivery, and Campbell trying to put it away much too close. She missed it, and the keeper standing up took it nicely. Delivery, which is turned into the onside, and they'll get a single. So Campbell will take a score on to 2, and it's 56 for the loss of 2 wickets. Now, I'm going to ask my friends from St. Kitts, Gary, what's the name of this estate? There is a mill right ahead of us. What's the name of this estate up here where you can see that mill? I would want you to do your homework and tell us. There's a mill right up here. So I want to know the name of that estate. Here is a delivery from Bruce. And he's bowling! Casually playing all around this delivery from Bruce. And so Nina Griman has gone for 9. Bowled by Bruce. And that's wicket number 3 for Barbados. It's 56 for 3.
A very soft dismissal there for Guyana. A casual looking shot. She just came forward, played a nothing shot really. She missed it. And the ball cannon into the off stump. So the Guyanese team, they have lost their 3rd wicket. And I'm sure the Barbados have harboring hopes of running through the remainder of the Guyanese batting. If they can get the experienced Campbell, I'm sure they will get amongst the rest of the batting. But we now see Ghaznavi has replaced Grimmon, who was just out bowled. Good wicket for Barbados. So in 2 consecutive overs, they've been able to pick up a wicket each.
Yeah, very casual looking shot. She played all over it and lost her off stump. And so Barbados are in the hunt. And at the water break, things were looking really good for Guyana. Barbados had their conference during the water break, came back, and have picked up 2 quick wickets.
So Ghaznavi and Captain Campbell, they have some work to do. If they're to get anywhere close to the 184 required to win. So Barbados would have lost their 3rd wicket on 59. And now Guyana losing their 3rd wicket on 56. Things are evening out. But you saw a very good partnership for the 4th wicket and also the 5th wicket. So that was 2 good partnership for Barbados. So Guyana will hope that they can get a big partnership between these 2.
Not sure if you're following the Masters tournament being played at this time, Gary, but we'll talk a little bit about that in the recent game. Delivery from Bruce, which is pushing Ghaznavi back, and they won't score. Australia got a competitive 216. Shane Watson got 107. The West Indies got home with 90 odd from Simmons.
Yeah.
Short delivery. She's trying to pull it into the onside, misses. And at the end of the over, 56 for the loss of 3 wickets, 20 overs completed. And Barbados are back in the hunt.
Yes, Barbados picking up another wicket, and certainly this will put pressure on the Guyanese team. After 20 overs, they have 56. So they're scoring at 2.80 runs per over. They started, they were scoring in excess of 3 runs per over. Now the scoring rate is dropping and they're losing wickets. So that will certainly put pressure on the Guyanese batters.
Definitely. Here is Dean. And for this delivery, she's back and defending is Campbell. And they won't score.
So Campbell will have to play a good knock. She look confident in that shot. So she want to spend some time in the middle.
Right on target again is Dean. Campbell can only defend. She's good bowling by Dean. Bringing Campbell forward once more. And she doesn't score.
She's not afraid to give it a little loop. She's has been flighting a few of the deliveries.
And she has protection. There is a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket for Dean. They have not been called into play because she has been very accurate. She's bowling from the media center end here at Connery. And for this delivery, it's given generous flight, driven pleasantly into the offside. But there's a fielder coming off the cover boundary. And so only a single there to Campbell to take on to 3. And the score moves on to 57 for 3, weighing over number 21. Dean will be bowling to Ghaznavi. Here is Dean once more. And for this delivery, Ghaznavi is driving firmly. Bowler does good coverage. It goes down to mid-off. And at the end of over number 21, Guyana, in reply to 183 made by Barbados, they're 57 for 3.
So another tight over there from Dean. Just the 1 run coming from the over. So her 3 overs have caused some 5 runs, and she has picked up a wicket, and certainly has been putting the pressure on the Guyanese batters. And the Barbados team, they have been able to pick up wickets. They have gotten 2 wickets, and certainly Guyana will be under pressure. There seem to be a change of bowling at the far end. Looks like that Kumbash is coming back from the.
That is correct. And so 2 more runs there to Campbell to take on to 5. And it's 59 for the loss of 3. And also provided some stability for Aline to come later. Sumbabach bowling to Campbell. It's a short delivery, kicks it into the offside. It has gone past the field at point, and again they'll complete a second run. That's good running by Campbell and Ghaznavi. So 2 more runs to the total, 61 for 3.
So that's Kishona Knight down at the cover point boundary, has some running to do across to the left, and the batters are able to come back for a second run. Keeler Elliott is the fielder at backward point.
Short delivery, swung away into the onside. Connell is doing good work down at backward square and will restrict it to a single. But that was indeed a very short leg side delivery. And I'm sure that Campbell would be saying she ought to have done better. 5 runs in the over so far, 2 deliveries left. And Ghaznavi is up now to face Cumberbatch. It's 62 for 3 in over number 22. This one is given good flight, and she played it extremely well. Wide of the fielder down at long on, and across the straight mid-wicket boundary for 4. So given some flight into the pads, and Ghaznavi was equal to it. And she has picked up a boundary to take the score to 66 for the loss of 3. 1 delivery left in over number 22. And Ghaznavi is off the mark with a 4. Settles over her bat once more and will be facing up to Cumberbatch. And after this, you'll hear the voice of Earl Smithen, who will slip in to allow me to attend a 5 for Fun meeting. Here is a delivery which is short, played into the offside. They'll just get a single because there is protection coming off the cover boundary. So that was a good over for Guyana. At the end of it, 3 overs sent down by Cumberbatch. She has picked up none for 24. 22 overs completed. It's 67 for the loss of 3, chasing 183 made by Barbados.
A good over there for Guyana. 10 runs coming from that over. We saw a good shot there from Ghaznavi, where she came down and played a delivery which was flighted up on the centre stump, and she played it over straight mid-wicket and down towards the boundary for 4. So at the end of the over, they are 67 for 3 from 22 overs. They need another 117 from 28 overs. So it's going to be Dean, who has picked up 1 for 5, will continue from this immediate centre end. She'll be bowling her 3rd over or 4th over. Current run rate 2.05. And Ghaznavi will get a single down to the fielder down at the straightest mid wicket. That's Kishona Knight. 1 more to the total. Moves on to 68 in over number 23. Being bowled by Dean from this the media centre end. So Captain Campbell would want to play a long innings. He's on 8 from 17. And Ghaznavi is on 6 from 6. So he's scoring at a run per ball. And included in those 6 runs was a 4, or is a 4. Flight outside the off stump, just guiding it down towards the back of the point area. The fielder has some running to do. And that's Elliott. She will pull it back just inside the boundary. And Captain Campbell come back for 2 more runs. So 2 more to the total. It has gone on to 70. 70 for 3 wickets. So a good little partnership developing between these two. Just about 14 runs. I'm sure they want them to bat and bat long. Dean would want to prevent that from happening. As the ball goes bouncing down into the offside, down to Elliott. At backward point, she has been patrolling that area. And Dean is bowling from the mid centre end. Current run rate 3.09. Captain Campbell is just standing up straight and punching it down to Cumberbatch. She's at mid-on. So the required rate 4.20. Barbados when they batted made 183. Captain Aline, a top score, goes bouncing down to Canterbury at mid-off. Can I stop it? And the batters eventually go through for a single to bring up the end of the over in which we saw some 4 runs coming. And at the end of over number 23, the Guyanese team replied to 183 made by Barbados. They are 71 for 3.
Yeah, 71 for 3. The 17-run partnership between these 2 so far. And so far, the Guyanese team, they've been having these little partnership of 20s. They lost their first wicket with the score on 26, and then some 28 runs later, they lost their second wicket. And I'm pretty certain that they would be hoping that they could get another good partnership. The captain, she's at the crease. She's probably their best batter. Um, she, of course, is an international player. And last year, she certainly showed that she was the leading batter for Guyana. So they'll be hoping to get um, some kind of partnership between these two, and they'll be hoping that they could go a little beyond, even further beyond, much further beyond the 20s in this partnership to give Guyana a very good chance of winning this one.
So Captain Aline has brought herself back into the attack. She has bowled 5 overs, none for 6. So Barbados had some good partnership. It is the third wicket partnership was 48, the fourth wicket partnership was 42, and the fifth wicket partnership was some 78 runs, and the delivery is driven down the ground, and it will go into the boundary for 40. Welcome back, the captain of the Barbados team. 4 runs have been added to the total 75. It is for 3.
Yes, and a good boundary there for Guyana. And of course, Shemaine Campbell showing a pass. And she certainly would have to take command here and play a captain's knock if they are going to get close to these runs.
So captain to captain. And she's driving the ball, leaving the bat in the air, but well short and to the right of the field that takes to cover. So I just said that Campbell will want to do a similar job to what Captain Aline did when she batted. She scored quickly because he had Kishona Knight who was set at the other end. So he gave her the freedom to play aggressively, and she did that, scoring in excess of a run per ball. So
57 from 55, actually.
So we're in over number 24, 75 for 2, and we'll need another 109 runs from 159 balls. So if you keep wickets in hand and you just work the ball around, should be no issue getting the remaining 109 runs. I'm sure Captain Ali would want to prevent that from happening. A short delivery probably came off the glove. So you see Captain Campbell is pulling the glove off, the right glove. Let's chuck on the finger. And now we see the physio or the medical team from Guyana coming onto the field to give some attention to the captain. And delivery made some height. Probably jammed the finger into the bat. And now she'll be getting some attention.
Yes, seem to have been in some pain at the moment, but probably just some tissues being disturbed there. We hope that there's nothing broken. She seems a bit relaxed now, and all seems to be quite well. But the captain, Aline, for Barbados, extracting a bit of bounce that time from this track. And ever so often, you've seen one or two deliveries which have stood up a bit on the track. We saw Cornell being able to get some to stand up when she operated from the descent from the media center end, going uphill. And she bowled good tight line and length. Cornell, of course, very tall, strong, well built, powerfully built, as a matter of fact.
So Campbell will face up to Aline once more. She will get a single. So one more to the total. So we tell you that Trinidad and Tobago, after a good start, they have now slipped to 57 for 3 after 20 overs. And Joseph was run out for 32. Saw is still there. She's on 14. And Ramnath, she made a duck. Whitney Cooper, she is also out. She made 5. So 57 for 3 after 20 overs. And they need 224 runs if they are to win against the defending champion, Jamaica, at Warner Park. And they leave outside the off stump, taken behind by the keeper to bring up the end of the over. And over in which we saw some 5 runs coming. And the Guyanese team hoping to get a good partnership here. 76 for 3 after 24.
Yes, and speaking of that match in Warner Park, I just took a walk downstairs a while ago, and I saw a couple of friends who they live in Bastille, but they journeyed all the way down to St. Paul's to look at that match. I think was a bit of bias there anyhow because one of those friends is actually from the Windward Islands, uh, from well, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and when I say St. Lucia, St. Vincent from both islands, because he would have lived in both islands. His father being a real Caribbean man, having lived in Barbados before. And he loves his cricket, and he was down to St. Paul's, and he came up here to look at this match. And rather privileged, seeing two matches in one day.
So a full delivery from Elliott on the onside, and they're able to go 2 for 2 wide. So wide has been signaled by the umpire. That's full delivery wide on the onside. First over, first delivery of Keeler Elliott bowling from this the media center end. So she would want to get online. Right down Wispin. Not a flighty delivery, we got an easy single. So one more to the total. So the game in St. Paul's finishing very early.
Well, that is what I was getting around to. Finish so early.
And he's able to see 2 games
Two
in one
games
day.
in one day. Uh, 93 by the Leewards. And then the Windwards knocking that off in big time, losing just 2 wickets.
And Afi Fletcher picking up 5 wickets in the game.
Still doing well, 30,
Yes.
at 37.
And a full delivery pushed down into the offside down to the captain as Swedish mid wicket she feels. 78 for 3. When at the start of over number 25, 2 balls have been delivered. They're going at 2.21 runs per over. And so Elliott is bowling a first over from the media center end. First delivery was pitched wide on the leg stump, signaled by the umpire. They got 2. But since then, she has been on target. This time full delivery, and he's playing it down towards long on. Cumberbatch has some running to do. Across to her right, picks up and send the return on the bounce to the bowler. So one more to the total, 79. 2 deliveries remaining in over number 25. So we're coming up to the halfway stage in terms of the overs. And we get another easy single as it goes down to Kishona Knight down at the middle on the middle wicket boundary. One more to the total. So his total has gone on to 80 for 3 with 1 delivery remaining in over number 25. They're currently going at 3.22 runs per over. Down the pitch and drive, tugging it into the onside. Of course, quickly for the first one, thinking about the second. But the fielder came around quickly enough to prevent any possibility of a second run. So the over has been completed over number 25, and it is 81 for 2 wickets.
Bit of a recovery being staged there by these 2 for Guyana. Having lost their third wicket with a score of 56, which suggests to me that they have now put on some 25 runs, these two, but probably in dangerous territories. We have seen the 2 previous partnerships falling uh, for 20 plus runs, first wicket, and then the second wicket. The first wicket going for 26, the second for 28. So can these two carry it a bit further for Guyana?
So Aline continue from the far end, from an outer portion of the bat. We get a single. So with that single, total will go on by 1. Maybe get confirmation of the score from the scorers. So it's Aline who's bowling from that far end. And she bowling to Campbell. Campbell has come into strike. So in over number 26, been bowled by the captain of the Barbados team. She's bowling to the captain of the Guyana team. Wide has been signaled outside the off stump to wide. But Campbell was going after. She has to be careful. As a captain, you will want to play a long innings for your team. And you don't want to be chasing wide deliveries and give a catch to the keeper. So Aline will continue from that far end. So captain to captain here at Connery. And Campbell is driving. Good bit of feeling by Aline, diving away to it, her right and stopping what would have been at least a single if it had gone past her. This total, there's no run so far in this over. As we're in over number 26. And hopefully we get the correct score for you in a minute. As Aline goes over the wicket and into the offside, hesitation a bit, but they went through for a run eventually. And one more to the total. So total has gone on by 1. So we tell you that Barbados made 183 off of their 50 overs. And Ali, the captain, she made 50, so it's 83 for 3. As Aline comes up from the far end, bowls to Ghaznavi, she's tugging it. And we get an easy single down to long on. So with that single, total has gone on. So Aline is bowling from that far end. She's in a 7th over. And total has gone to 86 for 3.
Below the three-finger mark required now, Gary.
The required rate of 3.97 runs per over. And Campbell would want to stick around. Ghaznavi is on 9. Campbell is on 19 from 29. So she has been there for some time. She wants to play long enough for her team if they have to get anywhere close to the 184 required to win.
Yes, she's capable. She has one international one-day century, 105 and 4 half centuries, so she's very capable.
So she will want to bring that experience here this afternoon and steer her team to victory. And I'm sure that'll be a good victory for the Guyanese team if the captain can play a long innings along with Ghaznavi and take them close to the 184 required. They're presently going at 3.35 runs per over, and the required rate is 4.03. So Dean will continue from this team. But there's a change. This is Elliott who is second over. She bowled her first over previously, so she's continuing from this the media center end. She'll be bowling to Ghaznavi. Ghaznavi is on 9. So they need another 98 runs. Delivery just flighted. And Ghaznavi just ease it into the offside. Scantlebury should have extra cover. And the total remains on 86. This time she got it on the full, but just played it straight down to the captain and straight this mid wicket. And you would want to make use of those full deliveries. You got it on the full, but played it straight down to mid wicket. Right arm whisping of Elliott. Not a short delivery, but the batter still cannot put it away. And she got it back down the strip. So she's bowling her as Elliott, bowling a second over from the media center end. 87 for 3 outside the off stump wide. And Ghaznavi just watches it go through to be taken by the keeper. So the defending champions, Jamaica, making a good start in terms of the in the air, over long off, and it will go one bounce over the ropes for 4 runs. He came down the pitch and played it over the mid-off area down towards the boundary for 4. Good shot by Ghaznavi. She has not been afraid to use her feet, and she got to the pitch and played it over mid-off and down towards the boundary for 4.
Very good shot indeed. Good use of the feet there by Ghaznavi. And there's no one place that long on. There's a mid-off in place and very safe. In fact, it dropped one bounce and was into the boundary for 4.
This is a full delivery, another full delivery went straight through the legs of Scantlebury at mid-off and into the boundary for 4. That is the desired result that the Guyanese team would have been hoping for after facing a full delivery, but poor fielding by Scantlebury at mid-off, allowing the Guyanese team to get 4 runs.
Yes, very poor cricket indeed. what was a regulation pickup or regulation bit of fielding. She missed it complete. In fact, it went under her right knee, and which suggests that she had not properly covered that one, and it ran away for four.
So it's actually calendar and not Canterbury. So my apologies to Canterbury. That's calendar at mid-off.
Canterbury is 23. She
And it went
is
through her legs for 4 runs. So not
she's now at square leg
good
actually.
feeling by calendar. So
Connell is back.
Connell has replaced the captain from the far end. So Guyana will be hoping that these two can continue.
If they moved out Gary by the captain to bring back Connell, she would have had an opening burst of some 6 overs from the media center end, but she's been switched around with the wind behind the back to the far end. But the Guyana spinners, though, apart from Schultz, they generally they have been a lot tighter, more accurate than the Barbados spinners so far.
So Connell has been brought on at the far end, looking to break this partnership that is developing nicely. And I would hope that these two can continue. They have put on some 39 runs so far. So 39 in about 7.4 overs. So they want this to continue. If they have to get close to the 184, spin it down and fielder down, and third man has to run it do this. Cumberbatch. And they will come back for 2 runs or short outside the off stump. And she got it down to the third man area for 2 runs. So 2 more to the total. Takes it on to 97. 97 for 2 wickets in over number 28.
Too short by Connell. And she's not going to break this partnership if she's going to bowl so short. She's in the 7th over.
Got a short delivery. And they will get an easy single. As the fielder down on the boundary, that's calendar. As in placed down on the mid wicket fence. 1 more to the total. Takes it on to 98 in over number 28. 3 deliveries have been bowling over number 28. Connell is in his 7th over, none for 15. So 3 runs have come from the first 3 deliveries. She will come into bowl to Ghaznavi. Wide has been signaled by the umpire. And the bowler seemed a bit surprised at that signal by the umpire, but the umpire is in the best position. She has signaled wide. And with that, wide total has gone on to 99.
Yes, nothing is going to change. The umpire already signaled wide, and wide it will be.
So Connell will continue from that far end. And she will bowl into Ghaznavi, who's an 18. So Ghaznavi and Campbell would want to take the team as close as possible to the 183. They would need a good partner. They would need to continue this partnership if they're to get anywhere close to the 184 required to win. Then a required rate of 3.81 runs per over. Ghaznavi will get a single. She just ambles through for the single. Fielder coming off the boundary, just calendar. 1 more to the total with that single 100 coming up for the Guyanese team. Coming up in 27.5 overs. So a landmark for the Guyanese team.
Yes, and a very good 1-2 and a very good partnership so far. Some 44 runs between these two. Two West Indian players out there in the middle for Guyana.
Wide outside the off stump, and it goes down toward the wide third man area. And they'll get another easy 2 runs. So good over for the Guyanese team. Some 7 runs coming from it. And so with those 2 runs, total has gone on to 102 after 28 overs.
Yes, Scott Connell brought back by a captain Aline, probably to take a wicket, but no delivery in that over suggested that she would have come close to taking a wicket, except for some rash stroke play by the Guyanese batters. And now the partnership really blossoming, realizing some 46 runs at this point. So just some 4 runs short of what would be a very good 50-run partnership if they do get there. So Guyana fighting back and fighting back well. In a fairly good position. They're going at a good rate. Current 3.64, required rate 3.73, which should not be too difficult once they have batters in hand.
So Elliott ball a full delivery, swung into the onside, goes down towards the fielder Kishona Knight, was wanting to do a cross to her right, just a single, but full delivery, and that should have been punished.
Should have been punished, and I think the running was poor also. They should have gotten at least 2 runs there, as Kishona Knight had to move a bit to her right. They will just manage to get a single.
She's driving, we're gonna need a single. As Combach comes in off the long on fence. So you want to capitalize on those bad deliveries, and it's always said that the right arm whispering most times or sometimes giving those full deliveries, and you need to punish them when you get them.
Yes, certainly. And they would space out there for the batter to put that one away.
And this one is a short, long up, almost dropping before we reached it a second time before we reached the batter, but she got back on it before. And they were able to get another single. So with a single total has gone on to 105.
Yeah,
for
these
three.
bowlers tended to be too short. They've been threatening their toes all day.
This is a better delivery, flighted, and just pushed down by the captain. Total remains on 105, so very good partnership between these two. 49 runs, so they need 79 from 128 balls outside the off stump, and a loud appeal, and she's given out. So Captain Campbell has been out the delivery outside the off stump. She puts at it, edge found, the appeal went up. The umpire took a long time to give the decision, but she finally did, and Captain Campbell has been dismissed. The Guyanese team have lost their 4th wicket with a score on 105.
As we look at it, a bit obscured there by the bowler. But certainly Campbell walked away immediately. The finger was raised, so she showed no disappointment. So quite obviously, she knew she had taken the edge. So a crucial wicket, critical wicket going down there for Guyana. And then now 105 for 4.
Yes, a very important wicket. An experienced Campbell, one of the better players in the team, has been dismissed. And now we see Sherian Fraser has come to the middle. So the Guyanese team will hard pressed to get up to the 184 runs with the departure of the captain Campbell.
Yes, but at the same time, though, Ghaznavi has been batting well. And certainly this has been a good partnership for the Guyanese team. They took the score from 56 for 3 to 105, which means, according to my maths, they would have put on some 49 runs, these two batters for Guyana. A very good partnership indeed, but certainly they would have loved to have carried this a bit further.
So another successful over so far for Barbados. And Barbados would have lost the 4th wicket on 101. Guyana the 4th wicket on 105. So pretty even in terms of the runs and wickets. But Barbados had a very good partnership, very good 5th wicket partnership. There was a very good 4th wicket partnership between Ghaznavi and the captain of 49 runs. But now if they got to get close to the 184, they would need another good partnership between Sherian Fraser and Ghaznavi if they're to get up close to the 184. Barbados will want to continue to keep the pressure on the batters. So for the left-hander Fraser, there's a slip, there is a point, there is a deep cover, an extra cover, and the mid-off is a backward square mid-wicket. And she's getting a short delivery, and she just swung it around the corner. And she will get off the mark with a single. So with that single, total has gone on to 106. The over has been completed. Over number 29, 106. It is for 4 wickets.
Yeah, so Fraser is in now. She got off the mark immediately. She is a basher. She goes after the bowling. And it would be interesting to see how she would approach her innings because Guyana is still a long way off. And this requires some good, sensible batting from here on in. Yes, she's a basher. The required weight is not demanding, so she could play a normal knock and guide her side home. So we'll just have to wait and see how she approaches the innings. But uh, Ghaznabi has been batting well so far. She's on 21. So the captain getting out uh, with a score on 29, and she would have been hoping to take it a bit further. Instead of just getting into the 20s, she would have hoped that she could have taken it into the 50s and maybe beyond, because this is what is required at this point. The Barbados team, the Ghana team, they need someone to steady, someone to make at least a half century and to guide the ship home.
So Connell will go around the wicket to left-handed Fraser. And she will get another single from a short delivery, which is swung around the corner, down towards long leg, one more to the total.
Connell has been too short so far in this spell. This is the second over in a second spell, and she's in the 8th over. Question is, will the captain bowl her out at this point? I would have thought that she would have been brought back to take a wicket, but she has been far too short and not really threatening. And we see a very defensively placed field here, 3 on the boundary on the onside. Long leg, square leg, mid wicket, all back on the boundary. And this, of course, is for short bowling, I suspect.
So Ghaznabi down the pitch and looking to hit it into the onside. The ball came from the bat, maybe onto the boot. We're looking to charge the bowling of Connell, and maybe is this the best thing to be doing now after losing your captain?
No, certainly not. And this is what I was saying a while ago. They need to be sensible about the approach because it's not a demanding asking rate. And he is really need to rebuild again. It's obvious that Connell's span at this point is to bowl short. Here we go again.
So another short delivery. As I said, there are 2 fielders deep on the onside, and they will get a single. As Elliott has some running to do across to her left. One more to the total. Takes it on to 108 for 4.
So Guyana has to be very careful here. They cannot afford to lose another wicket at this point. They need another partnership.
So Connell goes around the wicket. A short delivery, and she gets it down towards the fine leg area. It will go into the boundary before it was short. I thought that she was trying to pull out of the shot, but it came off the glove maybe and went just to the right of the keeper and down towards the boundary for 4.
Yes, definitely would have come off something, and obviously glove or bat, or the shoulder of the bat, and Tyson Knight was diving away to her right but could not rope it in. And the ball ran away for 4 runs.
So he's continuing around the wicket. Another short delivery just pushed down into the offside. 112 for 4. Currently going at 3.78 runs per over. We need another 72 runs. So the number of balls, lots of deliveries remaining. If they had to bat those deliveries, they would get up to 184. Barbados, I'm sure, would want to continue to pick up wickets. Another short delivery, and This Sharon Fraser's pulling out of the shot and allows the goal to be taken top by the keeper. So the over is completed. Over number 30 is 112 for 4.
Well, an over of shots. And if I'm not mistaken, every delivery in that over being shot. And what resulted from that over basically was some 4 runs down to fine leg, a very straight fine leg. And one wonders if this was the best ploy being used there by Barbados and by Connell. Obviously, um, the tactic was deliberate. We saw backward square, long leg, square leg, and mid wicket in place.
So Elliott will continue from the media center end. Another single. So they're doing these singles. Another single takes this total to 113. Current run rate 3.73. Another 72 runs. Another 71, 113 for 4, 30.1 overs. And Elliott is in a fourth over, 1 for 20. She'll go a few bad deliveries that have not been punished by the Chinese batters. And Fraser is following a delivery which is outside the off stump, stretching for it. Taken behind by the keeper, the bails were removed, but her back leg was firmly grounded. So Elliott is in his fourth over. So at the end of this over, you'll be hearing the voice of Carlisle Powell. So Guyana in search of 184 runs over toss delivery, and Fraser missed it. It went to be taken behind by the keeper, almost passing the batsman on the full, or the batter on the full. So Elliott is bowling from this media center end. Full delivery is swung away, but it goes down towards Connell, who is on the boundary position for that shot. So another single to the total takes it on to 114 with 2 deliveries remaining in the 31st over. They need another 70 runs at a rate of 3.62 runs per over. So we're in the dying stages of this match. Leo's game has been completed, and Trinidad trying to fight back at 1 apart. Jamaica made 223. So the final delivery of over number 31. And taking on the paddle, loud appeal. And umpire Daniel is not interested. Over is completed. Over number 31. At the end of it, the Guyanese team in search of 184 for victory. They are 114 for 4. After comments from you, Earl, we hear the voice of Carlisle Powell. Well, it's a jinx break, so maybe it's a good time for us to take a break, and we will be back in a couple of minutes after the drinks break.
Yes, we are going to see a bowling change from the find as the drinks break has been completed. Carlisle has rejoined me. Carlisle, Guyana 114 for 4. Where does the balance lie at this point?
Well, they have 19 overs to make 70 runs to win this game. On paper, it's, I would say, advantage Guyana, but cricket is not played on paper. And so you have to see how the batsmen, batters at the crease, how they react to the challenge in front of them.
Well, this is the start of a new partnership as Dean bowls a very short delivery and missed outside the off stump there by Sherry-Ann Fraser. But the Barbados bowling, though, spinners in particular, they have not been as good as the Guyanese bowlers. And they've tended to be too short at times. We've seen a number of full deliveries from them, Elliott in particular. Of course, they've gotten away with a lot of these full deliveries not being punished. But it's Dean. Swan, an attempted cut by Sherry-Ann Fraser. She's a bit of a basher, Sherry-Ann Fraser, and the question is how she's going to play it here. And I want to suspect she's going to offer a chance to Barbados, but she's playing nicely up to cover to Connell and gets a single.
Listen, when you reflect on the Barbados inning, I know that there were some people in the ground who thought that the Captain Aline saved Barbados. She didn't do it alone. She had the help of Kishona Knight. And people were saying that Knight was batting a bit too slowly. But what a valuable inning she played. Something like that which Guyana needs now.
Most certainly. Here's a drive down to Longan. Just a single. Conditions are still very good for batting. There's no overcast condition here at Connery. Of course, target is not by any means one of the greatest targets, but they would have to bat well nevertheless to get there, as this is pushed into the onside by Sherry-Ann Fraser. Goes straight to a fielder. The over comes to an end. 32 overs completed, another 18 to go, 116 for 4.
And when you see Sherry-Ann Fraser coming in at number 6, you have to ask the question, has she been sent in to do a pinch hitting role? Or is she the best number 6 that the Guyana team has? You know, because if she is, then it is sending a message to us that their batting might not be as deep as we thought.
Well, you're so correct with that. A trend of thought, Carlisle. Back. Gets it up to cover, short cover, no run. But Sherry-Ann Fraser has been renowned to be a bit of an all-rounder, but she has not done too well with the bat in the recent past. And she likes to go after the bowlers, but we'll have to wait and see. Here's the use of the feet driven up to long off, just a single. Calendar is in attendance. And one more to the score. So obviously the Barbados team, they're well aware of the capabilities, or well, the pension for Sherry-Ann Fraser to go big. There's a wideish long on in place, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. She draws away, the bowler knocks it down, diving to her right. And the run. Like Shona Knight is sweeping at cover. She gets one outside the off stump and first initially looking to cut, but then withdrew the bat and allowed it through to the keeper. Oh, she's looking to pull into the onside. Does not get hold of that one and it goes behind her. to be tidied up. But Carlisle, back to those other two games. Uh, any idea how soon after lunch the Leeward Islands game would have finished?
No, no, I haven't gone to check on the details of that game.
I would suspect that having scored 93 and being out earlier on, that the would have started batting before lunch. And that game certainly lasted a very short time.
I can tell you that the game at Warner Park is going full speed ahead. Trinidad and Tobago looking for 224 to win and 90 for 6. Had a good partnership of 48, and then the top two batters were run out.
Well, it's easy. In the air, dropped. Ghaznavi driving out to using the feet and driving Dean out just to the right of extra cover. That looks like calendar there. And catch spilled. So a bad miss there by Barbados. Driving once more. Ghaznavi goes up to deep cover. Just a single. Who's coming in from off the boundary to retrieve. So opportunity there for Barbados.
Created, not accepted.
Draws away and gets it back to the bowler. Left-handed Sherian Fraser. And of course, that batter being Ghaznavi, and it could have been all over for Guyana. Oh my goodness, this is another innocuous full delivery, pull down the fine leg and signal a no ball. And now signal for 4. So
no ball for height.
No ball for height, of course. And Barbados has been guilty of bowling a number of full tosses today.
Yeah, the bowling has not been as accurate as they would want it to be. I'm sure this is something that they're going to review when they sit down in the team meeting later. So that's 5 to the total.
And the free hit.
And the free hit.
Short in the air, out towards cover, just a single. And Carlisle, what they have not been doing well. Both teams, they have been playing balls into the deep, and
have not been running well.
Trotting through for these singles. In fact, at times virtually walking for these singles, not putting pressure on the outfield. You saw their feet stumped. You see? Yes, she is. Slowed there by the keeper. She seemed to have bubbled the ball a bit, but in the end recovered quite quickly and stumped. That was Ghaznavi going after Green and missing one completely and being stumped.
But look at it again. You look at it again, she was very slow in getting back as well, because it was bubbled by the keeper. With Ghaznavi, who had used the feet and had gone left home far too early. I mean, if she were taking the boat from Nevis to
early.
she left home before the boat had left St. Kitts to come to Nevis.
Okay.
She left home so early. And I think in circumstances like these, when you're coaching cricket, you have to keep reminding your players that you've got to be patient. Because you look at the gap. You're looking for 60 runs at that point in 98 balls. So with a gap of 38. By getting out, you do not contribute to the score, but you created a wicket. So she has gone, Ghaznavi, and so she has been replaced by Shanita Grimond.
So Ghaznavi being stumped and really giving it away. In fact, in the same over, she gave a chance.
The over before.
The over before, as a matter of fact, down to extra cover. So she certainly gave it away. And here's one driven into the offside. And no one scored. So Barbados very much in control at the moment. With that goes 2 quick wickets, that of the captain. Shimeen Campbell, and we are looking at some animals grazing. Cameraman doing some good work there. Carlisle, I heard
Mhm.
that you knocked down 5 goats the other day, Nevis.
That wasn't me. I'm a much more capable driver than that. And it's probably closer to 15. It was a lot of 15. It was a lot of video. I'm sure that it was more than 5.
Oh, well. But the animals are becoming a nuisance here in St. Kitts, though. This one is driven in the air, drops well short of the fielder, and no damage done in the end. Yeah, it's becoming a nuisance. Quite a number of sheep, in particular, on the roads here, the country roads here in St. Kitts. She draws away forces up the point, can't score. And I think those sheep are in the right area, though. Those that we just saw a while ago. They're grazing in the pasture. But we see a lot of them on the roads these days, especially in the rural area, and becoming quite a traffic hazard. Short, she draws away, pulls it down to wideish long on, and gets just a single. Cumberbatch is the fielder in place, and one more to the score. So uh, Elliott has picked up 1 wicket so far, and she's in a 6th over. Grimman is the new batter, and that is uh, Chinita Grimond. Of course, there are 2 Grimonds in the side. Reliana Grimond, she has already departed for 9 runs. Digs this one up, and it goes into the gully region where it's picked up, and there's no run. 125 for 5, and over number 35. Tossed up, swung away, down towards Kishona Knight at mid-wicket, just a single. And once again, we see the batters not putting any pressure on the Barbados fielders. They're just jog trotting through for the 1 run instead of taking the first one quickly and putting some pressure on the fielder in the deep. Draws away, pulls nicely, 4 runs. Playing attempt there by Funnel to cut that one off, but it was well struck by Fraser, and she picked up 4. So Fraser looking to put some resistance here, put up some resistance here to the Barbados attack. Perhaps Guyana's last hope. It's 130 for 5, 35 overs completed, another 15 to go, 3.6 the rate required, Carlisle.
Notable. The difference between the teams really being 2 half centuries by Aline and Kishona Knight.
Of course, 2 contrasting half centuries. Aline would have gotten her 57 runs in from 55 deliveries, whereas Shonen Knight would have taken much longer. I think she would have taken 100 plus deliveries,
Correct.
Carlisle. I seem to have missed out on the number of deliveries there. I think you would have that recorded. But we'll get that for you in a while, as this one is played into the onside for a run. Who lays the one coming from off the mid-wicket boundary to field, and the score advances with that single to 131 for 5. In fact, 122 deliveries. I have the information here, Carlisle, and I'm missing out on it. 122 deliveries. Not a run here to Guyana.
Oh,
2 more, in fact, yes. So, inching closer, 5 wickets down. And they can get these runs, Carlo. The Barbados bowling has not been tight enough. And, these batters could easily put some pressure. He's another tossed up delivery. And driven down to mid-off. It's fielded and there's no run.
Mangro got a start. She made 26 from 58. Campbell got a start. She got 26 from 39.
So the over comes to an end. It's 133 for 5. We have had some 36 overs completed. Another 14 overs. The required rate 3.64. So effectively 51 runs from 84 balls. And that is very gettable.
Ajnabi also got a start. She got 26 from 35. The difference is that none of these batters who got into the 20s were able to convert that to a half century. And you have to learn to soak up the pressure and stay at the crease.
Elliott tosses one up to the batter Grimond. Shinita Grimond. She plays it into the boot. And it goes into the onside where it was retrieved. The captain, Shemaine Campbell, would have been very disappointed. Played out airborne for a bit, but falling well short of the fielder at short mid-wicket no run. She, being the most experienced of the batters, would have gotten a start and should have carried on. Got out to one, which she edged behind to the keeper. Elliott once more. He's driven, peels off the outer portion of the bat, beats Holder at short third man and allows the second run. In fact, she would have misfielded and allowed the batters to get back for a second run. But what we saw today, Carlisle, was that, she's stumpy, the finger goes up, yes, she's out. She's not too happy with the decision, but she was looking to drive, missed it completely, and the stumps were quickly broken by Kaisi and Knight, and Women is on her way. Very difficult to tell from that one, Carla. We're not seeing that crease and that back foot. So very difficult to tell.
Something you always tell batters, listen, once the bowler releases the ball, there is no way to get it back to the bowler. So there is no need for you to be overreaching. Ball must come to you, just allow it to come to you and play it from as close to you as possible. So she was overreaching, overbalanced, and lost a wicket. And so 6 wickets down now, it's 135, 49 runs still needed in 79 balls. Gap is closing all the time. It's now 30.
Yes, certainly. You say the gap is closing, but in a sense, it's widening now for Guyana because they're losing wickets. Just another 4 wickets to go for Guyana. And Barbados having the edge at this point. So Sherian Fraser is joined by Munisa. And they would be looking to do somewhat of a repair job here. Just a lot of patience and common sense needed at this point. Stretching forward, and they pushes it back to the bowler. What I've not seen much of, though, is rotation in strike and singles being taken. As we look out towards the airport, that looks like American just coming into Robert Llewellyn Bratcher's terminal, just cruising in, and I would have cancelled my flight back out this afternoon. So Dean continues, and she swung down towards long leg, pursued there by Kashona Knight,
In
and she
vain.
loses the battle. 4 runs.
Loose delivery. That was leg side and asking to be hit. And Fraser has picked up 4 more runs.
And this is why, I would say that the Guyana team, they have not used a lot of cricket sense. We have seen a number of loose deliveries from the Barbados team, and if they exercise some patience, they could get these runs because the loud appeal there, as Fraser struck on the pad, because Carlisle, the loose deliveries are going to come, as we have seen throughout this innings. The spinners, they have not shown good control. Dean once more. This is a better length delivery, but walked into the onside square of the wicket. Just a single. Fraser is not interested in the second run. Grimmer knows. And now they're having some words. So, Munisa, sorry. Munisa Grimmon has long departed. Scorers having a laugh at me. Yes, it's because of the temperature. Probably getting a bit too cold. One particular scorer claims that she's not cold, she's very hot, but she has put on a jacket. But Dean continues. Short, that's another loose delivery, which is punched into the offside by Sherian Fraser. And she picks up another run, but she's showing some batting skills here, Carla, Sherian Fraser. She certainly has gotten another start. She's on 26. And Munisa, I must emphasize, Munisa is on 1. Munisa, of course, is the vice captain of the Guyana's team. As this one is pushed into the offside by Munisa, and she can't score. But still, some hope for Guyana, 142 for 6. So it's another 42 runs required from 72 deliveries.
The gap is still 30.
Still 30. And perhaps it's a good time for me to bring in Gary. So, Carla, Gary is going to join you. And perhaps he would probably see it to the end.
Elliott has done some lot of bowling from the media center end and has picked up over 30 from a 7 overs before this and continues and bowls at Fraser, who is driving, beaten, bowled. Driving loosely, not using the feet, just pushing a bat at this, beaten and bowled. So yet another batter for Guyana has gotten a start and not gone on. She has gone for 26. And so it's wicket number 7 now for Guyana going down. And if you look at it again, Gary, did not move her feet at all. Foot went nowhere, didn't come across, and was beaten and bowled. And so wicket number 7 goes down, and it must now be advantage Barbados. 142 for 7.
Yes, sir. That's a good afternoon once again to listeners. So a delivery which was on the off stump, spinning back into the left hander. She went for the big drive. The ball went between the gap between bat and pad, and she was bowled. And it was a good little innings by Fraser, but wasn't long enough.
Not enough.
Schultz is the new batter for Guyana. So Elliott picking up 3 wickets, and she's in the 8th over.
And Schultz is coming forward and just stabbing the bat at this. It went looping back in the air, but didn't carry to Elliott, who is in the front for wicket number 4. Remember, Barbados 183. Guyana 142 for 7. As Elliott bowls a delivery which is squaring her up as she's looking to turn it into the onside, and it falls away into where a silly mid-off would have been. Elliott 3 for 30 in her 8th over. Here is Elliott once more over the wicket, and Schultz is driving firmly but well fielded by the Elliott on a follow through, and no runs. So Guyana were 105 when they lost their 4th wicket. 5th wicket at 124, 6 for 135, and 7 for 142. We're in over number 39. Elliott has the mid-off drop right back to long off. With 1 delivery left in the over. And she's swinging right across the line of this delivery shots. Hits on the pad, end of the over, 142 for 7. Guyana looking for 184 to win. Still 42 required in 66 balls.
And Barbados looking to pick up the remaining 3 wickets as quickly as possible. But I'm sure that the Guyanese team are hoping that they can still stick around and get close to the 184 required and need another 42 runs. You can also tell you at Warner Park, Trinidad and Tobago, 117 for 7 from 35 overs. So that game should be finishing soon as well. So Barbados looking to continue to put pressure on the Guyanese batters.
Bowling change at the far end, or is it Bruce? Bruce has picked up 1 for 16 from 5. Some late changes to the field. Mid-wicket has gone to mid-off. And mid-off ran all the way down to 3rd man. Long leg has come up into the circle. And long on has also come up into the circle. Now the fine leg is going back. So Bruce bowls a delivery outside the off stump, and Munitsa is having a swing at this, misses. This one is driven into the offside. They're through for a single quickly, and they will get it in the end because the throw is high. And so there's a single which takes the score now to 143 for 7. And Munisa has picked up a 2nd run. Schultz is on strike.
Even though Guyana have lost 7 wickets, I'm sure if they're thinking to themselves that they still have a number of balls remaining, and so they can get up to the 184.
Swing and a miss. Now with the ball safely on the way back to the bowler. She does the correct thing in that she moves across to get closer to the line of the ball. You call that shadow batting. It's not for the ball that went, it's for something in the future. Dot ball, halfway through the over, 1 run scored so far. Current run rate is getting lower. It's at 3.61. Required run rate is at 3.97. Here is Bruce. The delivery just turned into the onside, and they'll cross for a single. That single will not hurt Barbados too much. Schultz has scored a first run, and it's 144 for 7. One delivery left in over number 40. Munisa is on strike. She's advancing, driving this one down to long leg. Good stop. No! She went diving, tried to knock it down, but it went off her body across the boundary. And so that's 4 more to Guyana. And look at it again. It was badly lined. She was advancing. It was pitched outside the leg stump. And she hit it down to long leg, where the fielder had a valiant attempt. And it came from her body and across the boundary line for 4 more runs to Guyana. 148 for 7. 40 overs completed.
There is hope for Guyana. 6 runs coming from that over. And you need 36 from 10 overs. 2.6 runs per over. And they got 6 off that over. So if they continue to get 3 and 4 runs per over, and then you might get it out over with, if you get 6 or 7, they can get close to the 184. They have to believe in themselves. They're getting closer, even though they have lost 7 wickets.
Elliott, 3 for 30. Gives this one generous flight, and he's swinging right across the line to Schultz. And this is the value of having batters at the crease at this time, Gary.
Yes.
I mean, when I say batters, I mean top order batters.
We're just swinging across the line. To just use a feet, you would have gotten to the pitch and probably clipped it into the onside.
Here is Elliott once more. And she's playing it into the offside, doesn't score. And so another dot ball. This one is pitched outside the line, is it? And taking the batter on the body, the shouts go up. You know the norm. If it's pitched outside leg, no chance of being out LBW. Not with a competent umpire anyway. Here is Elliott giving this one good flight. It's driven. The fielder will chase off the long on boundary. They'll get a single. And so that's 1 run off the 4th delivery of the over. It's 149 for 7. Guyana. They're looking to make 35 more runs in 56 balls. Here is Elliott. And she reverse sweeping this one, and it will run pretty close to the boundary. Will it get there? There's a fielder chasing it. Doesn't get there. So it's 4 more runs. Munisa has picked up a 4, and Guyana will move to 153. So she reverse swept that one, and it was a delivery which was slow, loopy. And she was able to get under it and help it down to the vacant boundary that would ordinarily have been third man. Full delivery, not made good use of. And so she gets a dot delivery to end the over. It's 5 in the over, 153 for 7, 31 needed in 54.
That should have been punished. A full delivery. And it's a vacant, the back of the square area is vacant. You've got button onto it and flicked it into the onside. You could have picked up another 4 or 3 or even 4. But they got 5 runs off the over. The previous over, they got 6. So they're up with the required rate in terms of what they would want to be scoring. They just need to continue to get 3 and 4 runs per over and believe in their ability.
Hunnell is coming back into the attack. She opened the bowling and has done some brilliant work down on the cover boundary. And cover, now mid wicket. And she has saved a lot of runs down there for this Barbados team. Before this, none for 25 from 8.
This is our third spell.
Shot, played away into the offside. And extra cover is fielding, no run.
So Monisa is in 10 from 8. And Shows just need to try and give the strike to Monisa.
Short delivery played into the onside. They'll get a single. And so Schultz moves on to 3. And it's now 154 for 7. "30 runs needed in 52 balls, Guyana. 3 wickets in hand. Cornell to bowl to Monisa gets a long hop, really, and tucks it down to the mid-wicket fielder coming off the boundary. A single. And so Monisa moves on to 11. 29 needed in 51.
2 runs so far in 3 deliveries. You just have to keep hope alive.
Here is Connell. And she's hitting in the air, falling short of the fielder out there at extra cover. And got under it and rather scooped it. And here is Monisa saying to her, take it easy, bide your time, wait for the bad delivery. Connell turns and comes up now to bowl to Schultz, who is driving down to the fielder at mid-off. She's a little deep, and so they'll scamper a single, and that will take the score to 156 for 7. Schultz moves on to 4. 28 needed in 49, Guyana, with 7 wickets in hand. With 3 wickets in hand, correction. Short delivery played into the offside. Again, we'll have a single. And the excitement of the chase getting to me there, Gary. 4 runs in the over. 27 now needed in 48.
Right, so they're still keeping up with the required rate. The last 3 overs, 5, 6, and 4, so they're doing well. They just need to continue to push the ball around, pick up the singles, and they can get closer and closer to the total and put some pressure on the Barbados team.
And Cornell has finished her 9th over. And so there are 8 overs left in this game. 8 possible overs left in this game. Celia Elliott is bowling her 10th. And so if the Guyanese management unit, if they're following the game closely, they would be wishing not a wicket in this over, even if they don't score too many. And they're scoring 1 from a wide. So it's getting closer, this game. Delivery which was pitched down the leg side by Elliott. 158 for 7. Here is Elliott again to bowl a delivery which is taken in the full, down to mid-wicket straight, and they won't score. She played it well, but it went straight to the fielder. Monisa is on 12. 26 needed in 47 balls. Here is Elliott. Short delivery played into the offside. Finds extra cover and they won't score. So it's wide, dot. Elliott, 3 for 36 in her 10th over. And for this delivery, is driving into the offside. They're scampering a single. Might get a second run because there was a misfield. And they come back quickly for the second run. So that's not good fielding by Barbados. 160 now for 7. Monisa is on 14.
Just hold her at backward point. The ball went through her. And now to get 2 runs.
Here is Elliott. And the delivery, she's in a way trying to play it into the offside is Monisa. Misses. And there is no change to the score. Here is Elliott once more, bringing the batter forward, and it comes off the pads, lobs away into the onside. Good work by the keeper, moving quickly across, closing down the single. And Guyana need 24 in 43. Elliott with the last ball of a spell. And this one is short, is played into the offside, doesn't score. And so 3 runs coming off the over. And at the end of that, it's 160 for 7 Guyana. They're looking for 24 runs to win in 43 balls.
Things are getting closer and tighter here at Conakry. The closer the Guyanese team gets to the 184, the more pressure will be building on the Barbados team. So I'm surprised that I'm not seeing a message coming out from the management of the Guyanese team yet, because I'm sure they have to believe in themselves that they are close enough. And once Morningstar can stay there, I'm sure they are confident that they can get close to the 184. They still have enough balls remaining. So the number of balls remaining is not an issue.
Aline is back into the attack. And she bowls to Schultz, who is driving, finds extra cover, no runs. Aline in the 7 overs, she was mean. She sent down 7 overs and picked up none for 15. So she'd be looking to bowl some dot deliveries and to take some wickets. I umpired a youth game yesterday, Gary, and the youngsters like to say, dot them up. Delivery, which is driven back down the track, another dot delivery.
Yes. So
the
7 overs just cost 15 runs. So she came back on to either break the partnership or to stem the flow of runs.
24 needed in 40 balls. Here is Aline, and driving and missing is Schultz. I think she fancies herself as a batter, this Schultz. Maybe her ambitions are just a little bit too much ahead of her talents.
She needs to get closer to those deliveries.
Here is Aline once more, bowl to Schultz, and she's getting the delivery on the legs. She's trying to work it into the onside, and they'll have a run. The umpire will signal it as a leg by. There was a very polite inquiry from Aline. No way she was going to get that LBW. It's 161 for 7. 23 needed in 38. Monisa is on 14. She comes up to take strike. And here is Aline to bowl to her. And she's getting a delivery on the pads, tries to work it into the offside. She needed to stay low on that one, Gary. She was bright and looking at where she wanted to hit it rather than looking at the ball onto the bat. And so the score remains 161 for 7. We're in over number 44. 1 delivery left. And here is Aline, and he's driving into the offside and knocked down there by the fielder at extra cover, didn't pick up cleanly, allows a single. And so Monisa will retain strike. And the score is 162 for 7. He's on strike. Monisa or Schultz? Schultz is on strike on 4.
Over is complete.
Monisa is on strike. The over is completed, yes. And so Gary is getting close. 22 needed of 36. Barbados are still looking for 3 wickets to win this game. Changing bowling from this end.
Dean has come back in.
Dean has come back in to bowl. Here is Dean. Delivery on the legs, played away into the onside. And that's another run. And so the score inches on to 163 for 7. Monisa has gone to 16. Schultz is on 4. And here is Dean, bowls it short. It's turned into the onside. That's very cleverly done. They'll have a single. And so the score moves to 164 for 7. Singles off the first two deliveries of the over.
20 runs away.
Erin Dean from the media center end. And this one is short. And she's playing and missing at this one. As American Eagle says it goodbye.
American Airlines.
American Airlines. They're heading off to Miami, you would fancy. Here is Dean, and she's coming forward. Gets it from the outer portion of the bat, goes down to short third, and they won't score. So singles of the first two deliveries of the over, and then dot. Here is Dean once more, and she's driving, finds extra cover, won't score, so 2 runs in the over, 1 delivery left. This has been a good over by Dean. Monisa is on 16 and faces the last delivery of the over, gets a short delivery, misses it completely. She was trying to pull this one down to the vacant square leg position, missed it. And so just 2 runs off the over. It's 164 for 7.
5 overs remaining for 20 runs. So you now see the messages coming out to the Guyanese players, because I'm sure they would fancy their chances. 20 runs from 30 balls, but the Barbados team would want to continue to keep things tight. That was a good fight over there from Dean, and I'm sure that they would want to continue to keep things tight. So captain will continue from that far end. She bowled a tight over previously, so she will want to continue to bowl tight and even pick up a wicket.
And will be bowling to Schultz. Aline, none for 16 from 8 overs. And she has kept things really tight for Barbados. And you see her coming up now to bowl to Schultz down the leg side. That's called and signaled wide. And so that's a little bit naughty by Aline. Gives up a run. It's 165 now for 7.
I'm sure Guyana will be happy to get those runs or that wide.
Aline once more. She's swinging and missing. And it goes through for the keeper to take.
I think you just need to get bat and ball rather than looking for the big shot. You're not a top order batter. You just need to get bat and ball, push it into the outside, pick up the single, and allow Monisa to do most of the facing.
Aline in a 9th over. Short, defended nicely, and they won't score. So Aline has put in a big effort here for Barbados. She got 57 from the 55 balls that she faced and closed out the inning nicely for Barbados to get up to 183. And she's now in her 9th over and has picked up none, but has only conceded 17 runs. She's bowling to Schultz, who is 5 from 23. It's 165 for 7. And she's driving in the air, falling short of the fielder down at mid-off. They're chasing through for a single, and she goes diving in the Schultz, stays safely. And importantly, it's an extra run there for Barbados. And so the score moves up to 166 for the loss of 7. 2 runs in the over so far.
18 runs away.
Monisa is on 16 and she's up to take strike. Need 18 runs to win this game. Barbados are looking for 3 wickets. Here is Aline, and driven comes off the inner portion of the bat. A bit of a misfielding there at mid-wicket. That will allow a single. And so score moves on now to 167, is it?
So this is the second time in recent overs we have seen some bit of a misfielding by Holder. So she would have to tighten up on her fielding. This is a pressure situation. Game is getting tighter.
Schultz is on strike. And she's swinging. This one gave up ball and caught chance. It went quickly. But in circumstances like these, you take that for your island. And it was put down by a lean. And so the chance of a wicket goes a begging. Look at it once again. She was fetching a wide delivery. It went back. There was a good sighter there for Aline, and she couldn't hold on to it. Schultz is on 6. Aline is bowling to her, and she's driving, missing. Shot goes up. She's out LBW. And so Aline has picked up the wicket. The drop catch didn't cost her too many. And Gary, I think it is a case of Schultz overplaying her role, not quite understanding that she was there for support, and she has gone. So wicket number 8 for Barbados, and the umpire took a time, raised the dreaded finger, and so Guyana still has some work to do.
Yes, I think all she needed to do is to try and get bat on ball. She was looking to play some big shots. The ball was pitched up and she was looking to heave it into the onside. And she was chucking the pad and she has been given out. So 167 it is for 8. And over number 46 has been completed. So 4 overs remaining. And you need another 17 runs. Monesa will have to take most of the strike and make most of the runs. So this game is coming on closer to what we anticipated when Barbados got up to 183. We thought that that the Guyanese team would not have put up such a fight in terms of to get that close to the total, but they have done well. And she has given her hands away. Just came down the pitch looking for the big drive, missed it, and the keeper Knight removed the bails, and Monisa has been dismissed. Stump off the bowling of Dean, and Guyana losing the 9th wicket with a score on 167. Not a very good shot there from Monisa.
Terrible shot in the circumstances. She just ran down the pitch and ran past it, an easy stumping, and she had gone. She gave up her hand so easily. And so Barbados are on the verge of victory, 1 wicket away. And Guyana 167 for 9. It all seemed so promising not too long ago. Still need another 167, another 17 runs. Barbados are looking for 1 wicket.
Yes, certainly. So Barbados just need another wicket to win here at Connery. 17 runs from 22 balls. And then the last batter for Guyana is Plafiana Millington. When she bowled, she had her 10 overs, went for 23 runs. She got 1 wicket. So she is now required to get 17 runs in order for Guyana to win. Barbados just need the 1 wicket. And Dean, who is in a final over, has picked up 3 for 30.
Dean is bringing the batter forward, defending, no chance of a run. Down the leg side, Holden signaled wide, so the score will move to 168 for 9. Dean, 3 for 31 in her last over. And here is Millington coming forward and defending. No chance of a run. Still 16 needed in 22 balls, Guyana, but just one wicket in hand. Here is the delivery, which is swung into the onside. They'll have at least one. And she didn't really whack that. She just helped it around the corner. And so a single. And it means now that the score is 168 for 9. 169, in fact. Here is a delivery wide of the off stump. And there is Latchman trying to play it into the offside and missed it. Defended. And the score remains 169 for 9. 170, in fact. 170 for 9. Here is a delivery which is beating the batter. And it brings up the end of the over. 3 for 33 to Erin Dean from her 10 overs. And she has done her job for Barbados.
3 overs remaining, and they need some 14 runs. But the Guyanese team only have 1 wicket in hand. And so they're hoping that they can still get the partnership here to take them up to 184. Barbados, on the other hand, would want to get this remaining wicket as quickly as possible. 14 from 18 balls. Still a possibility in terms of the runs and the balls, but only 1 wicket the Guyana team have in hand.
It's a Captain Aline. Bowls a full pitch delivery. It's angling down the leg side. And so it takes the batter on the pads and goes away into the offside. No expressions of interest for LBW, as it was clearly going to miss. So 14 runs needed in 17 balls, but Barbados just need 1 wicket. And Aline is bowling a delivery which is cut away into the offside. This will bring a couple of runs to the Guyana team as it goes down square of the wicket on the offside. And so 2 runs to Millington to take her on to 3. And it's now 172 for 9.
12 needed. 1 wicket in hand.
16 balls to get the 12. Here is Aline once more. And Millington is coming down on this one late. It seemed to have been headed towards the stumps. And they were so concerned about looking at the stumps that they forgot that they should take a run.
Could have taken a single. And that would have made it one closer to the 184.
Here is Aline once more. And she's bold, is she? Yes, she's bold leg stump. And so it's all over. Barbados has won the game. And so the 12 runs will not become a reality for Guyana. Barbados have defended the 183 that they made, bowling out Guyana for 172 runs. And so it was a good victory for Barbados. Even when they were under pressure, they maintained their cool. And you have to say kudos to Barbados. 2 wickets now for the captain in a lean. And so with those 2 wickets, plus a half century, I'm sure that she's going to be in the reckoning for the player of the match.
Yes, most definitely she did well when she batted. She got score 57. And now he came back, she bowled tight, and she got 2 wickets in the end. And to give Barbados a victory by some 11 runs. So congratulations to Barbados for winning their first encounter here in the City United Super 50 2025 here at Connery. So congratulations to Barbados winning by 11 runs. But the Guyanese team put up a fight in the end. They got closer than we anticipated. And well done to Barbados. But I thought that the Guyanese team did well in the end.
Indeed. And you look back at the game, Gary, and you would notice that Guyana started the game so very well. Four consecutive maiden overs bowled by Millington kept the Barbados batters quiet, but they built very quickly, they built very solidly, and it was uh, Kishona Knight who took on the task of making sure that she batted deep into the inning, and that she did. She made 54 runs. It took her all of 122 balls, but she provided the foundation that Barbados needed. And so, whereas you had the holder who came in and made 27 of 62, Cumberbatch came in and made 21 of 27 to start the counter attack. And then Aline came in and got 57 from 55 to make sure that Barbados were able to get to 183 when when they lost, when the overs were completed, as a matter of fact. But Gary, Guyana were not able to get the kind of partnerships that they needed together. Also, didn't see any of the batters who got starts carry on to make a good score. And so as a result of that, they fell some 14 runs short, and Barbados came away with a very solid victory.
Yes, so only one partnership of note for the fourth wicket for the Guyanese team between Captain Campbell and Ghaznavi of 49 runs, whereas for Barbados we saw three consecutive partnership of over 40 runs, which took them up to the 183, and that was the difference between Barbados winning here over Guyana in this first encounter. So the match here has been concluded. Barbados they have won by some 11 runs, and good match for Barbados, and I'm sure Barbados will be looking to regain the championship that they would have won in 2023.
Absolutely. We're going to be back here on Wednesday. Trinidad and Tobago will play against the Leeward Islands, and we thank you for joining us on 360 Cricket, 360 TV, and we're so grateful to our cameraman and to our producer for producing some quality shots. And again, we say to you, good afternoon. See you on Wednesday.